Hello, all you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 20, Back to Work. We will, as is usual with this particular campaign, we have several others that are also streaming it. Make sure you all go check them out as well. Though I will be waiting for them to get started with introductions. Another point of note is we have Rdyjin here doing art today. So look forward to seeing that here in a few minutes when the beginning art scroll is done. Also, it looks like Discord might be having some issues today. We'll see how things go with that. But anyways, gonna undeafen for them, and we'll get started shortly, everybody.
Wait, so we can see. Yep, there
And
we go.
I'm back.
Right over there. Oh, I'm not muted. What the heck? Sorry.
Welcome back.
Meatball.
Aaron's still finishing up his intro.
Nobody told me I was
I mean, you kind of just went right into it, and didn't
I
want to interrupt.
hit the. It's okay.
I think
Sorry.
Discord might be having some issues right now. I noticed some issues with the reactive icons loading, as well as some other graphics and such on Discord. There might be some issues going on.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I swear I hit the mute button though, so whatever.
It's fine.
As long as
It'll buff out.
Zim and Taya were able to do their intros without me being interruptive, I think we're fine.
Yep.
Yeah, because
Because I guess their side decided to actually mute. Then again, this isn't the first time that Discord has decided that when I hit the mute button not to mute me in the last week. It's actually happened like 4 or 5 times now, so... Bleh.
Thankfully, it hasn't resulted in any seriously awkward moments that I've seen.
No, it hasn't. Thank you
Good.
for the tip, Cosmo. I appreciate it. Oh boy. He's doing that to me again.
Oh, right, we do have a tip goal today. Was gonna
Yes.
mention that.
Well, I don't have a tip goal on my side. I gave you a tip goal for your side, but my side is just generic goal here. So I guess I could technically count it towards that, but the tip goals are where you'd make money, hopefully.
It is
Right,
appreciated.
Shall we get into introductions and such?
We're waiting on Taya to get back.
No, we're not.
Oh, there's a Taya. Never mind. Yeah, I guess we should.
I
do
was back
introductions.
before you were, dude.
I didn't know that. Oops. Hi, I am an idiot. I'm also the GM tonight.
Hi, idiot. I'm Shoal.
Hello, I'm Drunk Dragonair. I'm the GM for tonight. I'll be running the game and all the stuff going on. And now Shoal can go ahead and introduce himself first.
I was planning on it. You
Good.
fool.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat. I'm the ranger, and I bite things.
Who next, Shoal?
I don't know. You guys figure it out.
There you go.
Gosh darn it. Okay, well, I'm Vari. I play Fret Signature, the mute musician bard. And Lost, go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Key, also known as Carcerus, and I play Last, the Paladin of Erebane. And I believe Dr. Volt should introduce themselves next.
Hello, my name is Oneko Taigo, half demon, half cat, all friend. I am also a streamer over at twitch.tv/OnechoTaigo. I am playing Dr. Volt, the Artificer. I don't know how many times I can say German mad scientist, and I don't know how many times I can say German mad scientist, because I've definitely run out of ways to say this. Go Zim.
Lol.
I am Razib, and I am playing as Paint, the sentient feral noble African wild dog. He is a kineticist entropist and therapy doggo.
Therapy Doggo is in. All right, I believe that is everyone. I guess we should go to story time with Darren and let Key do the recap. I should really update that to just be story time with Key.
That's okay. It's Darren on the front page.
But go for it, Key.
I keep forgetting how many cheese squares are on this image.
Blame Mala.
Alright, well, welcome everyone. Last time was session 19 Immortal Morality. Fragments of glass and debris fly into the bakery in the wake of the sound, a familiar scent washing across the gathered recallers. Everyone's gaze turns toward the hole where the glass window used to be. The scent of ozone reaches them as their eyes focus on the outside. They see a cloud of silvery mist forming from a canister. Blast turns in a fury, clothing torn and shredded by the blast. His bakery, the haven he had built across countless untimed years, and his team all attacked at once. Something breaks, and he roars out a challenge to the perpetrators he cannot see, drawing up stone and metal into his vapors. Fret sees the silvery fog and pulls up his filtering mask as a preventative measure. Shoal slowly sits up and states, "Meow," as he draws on his new clerical powers, healing up the most minor cuts and scratches. Dr. Volt dusts himself off, adjusting his goggles as he rates the bomb at a mere 3.5 in quality, or at least the concussive force of the explosion, if nothing else. Could use improvement. Paint, worried for last, follows the enraged paladin as they charge toward the fog cloud. While he rushes into the silvery cloud, all Ass can see is a piece of paper floating down. Paint, however, pauses as they notice a magic circle within the fog that will trigger the moment it is crossed. Something he cannot stop Last from doing as he snatches up and reads the paper. A large elemental suddenly is conjured from the magic circle, a whirling mass of air in front of the angered and rather unarmored paladin. Those that step across the threshold of the fog feel a sense of dread instilled in their frames. It is the same sensation as being bounced around between the spheres, the sensation of real time. After all, what could happen if they are banished from Twilight? What would happen if they were killed in this fog of time? Paint gathers whirling currents of wind and blasts the air elemental with wind-wreathed lightning, sending out a gust that disperses the silvery fog. And combat. Highlights including zapping the elemental and at least one solid punch being made to a windbag. Also, the magic missile Gatling getting used.
Yeah, am I being expected to comment on the magic missile Gatling being used?
No, sorry, I was scrolling down to get to a point.
Okay, just making sure.
No, you're fine.
He's skipping combat.
Yeah, combat.
I still
combat.
need to finish that shirt.
Yeah, combat. Another boon is laid upon Paint, giving the wild dog the boost he needs to hit with every lightning strike he sends at the elemental. Rex hops upon his master's head, holding up his ball and sucking in the elemental. The dregs of the magic that conjured the elemental fall apart, creating a pile of imperfect seals where it once was. A little rubber ducky shaped like a submarine also drops onto the pile. A cursory count by Dr. Volt says there is roughly 30,000 of these imperfect seals now in the street.
No, it was
Note given
20. It was 29,999.
only after Paint decided to nibble one. Note on imperfect seals, usable to upgrade skills, buy feats, or create items. Nothing else. No leveling off this money.
No learning spells either.
Mm-hmm. As Volt examines them, he realizes these seals are perfect because they were generated with false experiences. Ah, of course. The memory generation and storage device. He states that he didn't see the elemental coming, upgrading the bomb's rating to a 7. Paint snaps up one of the imperfect seals to taste it. Shoal takes a moment to move over to last, channeling positive energy to heal the last of the wounds. Paint worriedly goes over to Last, nuzzling and licking at the angry paladin. Last acknowledges Paint with a glance, but otherwise seethes quietly. Fred scribbles out that he thinks they should call the guards. Volt wonders if the imperfect seals and taking them were a form of money laundering, which amuses Fred. Paint, still worried for Last, presses against the vapor cat. Eventually,
No,
Last...
specifically, he was wondering if using them to create actual workable things that would be sold for non-imperfect seals would be money laundering.
Look, I was trying my best to keep up with notes, okay? You're getting a summary. Eventually, Last heaves out a sigh and stands straight, allowing his stone and metal bones to drop from his vapor mass. He apologizes briefly for his behavior, seeming to compose himself. Bolt then brings up how they should split the money, should the group choose to keep it. Almost coldly, Last calculates that each of the team will receive a share of 6,000 imperfect seals. A fair split, all said. Paint sends Rex to gather his and Last's share, tugging on Last's hand to drag him into the bakery. It is fixed now, thanks to the group not observing it for a little while, since Arabane is forgetful, air quotes, in a manner of speaking. Last chooses to ignore everything else as he removes his destroyed clothing and begins to bake. The others collect their share, Fred briefly arguing with Rex over who gets to keep the rubber ducky, until the foxfolk manages to snatch it up. Special note, the DM broke at this point due to commentary about a rubber ducky with a red ball in its mouth and Nussie.
And thus he has broken again.
And this is why I made the note. Dr. Volt offers to help turn these imperfect seals into items for the group, although it may take him some time given the current state of his workplace and laboratory. Fred scribbles out that he would like a belt that enhances dexterity at some point, if possible. As he considers the current situation, Fred writes out that he'll be at the blacksmith if they need him, hauling off his bag of hefty imperfect seals. Which leaves Shoal and Volt to go and get the guard to deal with the crime scene. When the guards arrive, they investigate the crime scene. Fragment not found are informed they aren't the only target that got hit today. A total of 7 locations have been hit across the city. Once the guards disperse, things go quiet, allowing everyone to go about their daily work. Fred, however, doesn't make it to the blacksmith. As he wanders through the city, his mind wanders off, allowing him to stumble down an alley and suddenly into a throne room. Whisper sits upon the throne, feet kicked up with a wine glass in hand. The Infernal is pleased with Fred's choice to hand over the soul grub to Arabane. He pulls a white mask from his robe and gives it over to the Kitsune. Whispers makes note of his amusement at the current state of Twilight and the issues happening therein. Accepting the mask, Fret is told he will need to reclaim something to make the weapon better. While Fret is present, Whispers asks if there are any other favors while they're around. Considering this offer, Fret prestidigitates his words in the air, maybe later. Whispers offers tea, and also to meet the child that is his other acolyte. The child doesn't like tea, but he likes alcohol. Fred accepts the offer, getting to have tea with a devil and a vengeful spirit turned warlock. Time, such as it is within Twilight, begins to pass. Last performs his duty with an uncommon stoicism, even sending Volt an official item request while he works for the guard and in his bakery. Paint splits his time between his studies and spending time with Last, but notices his ward's shift in demeanor. Dr. Volt spends his first week creating a headband of ponderous recollection. One particular day, Last is patrolling alone in Shadow's playground. Something catches his eye. Someone campaigning. This is a very odd place to campaign. The man doing so is short, somewhat ruffled, a little bit edgelord looking. He's almost bland and unnoticeable in descriptor, such that other citizens in the district ignore him. Taking pause, Last goes to listen to the man. The man...
Just so everyone's aware, the headband of ponderous whatever the blah blah, it's just your standard intellect headband, except better.
Indeed.
It lets you do knowledge things.
Yeah, bonuses skills too.
The man expresses his displeasure for the current system, speaking of things that Last, even as a paladin of Airbane, agrees with, demanding laws and real punishment to the crimes that have been going on for years. If he is elected, he will fight the council so that each district of the city has a representative. The games will be sequestered off to their own area and council to be dealt with, leaving the real council to deal with real problems. When the man finishes, he steps off his soapbox and addresses Last in particular. He is grateful to have at least one person listen to him, although when he offers his hand, Last avoids taking it out of caution. This man, Alan Exley, isn't even on the voting ballot yet, but perhaps one day. Last eventually offers his own hand, shaking Alan's. While the paladin cannot officially endorse Alan's campaign, whether out of propriety or duty, he does offer his support. As Alan smiles a devilish politician's smile, he goes back to his soapbox, allowing Last to continue his guard patrol. Shoal continues to do his usual work after his training, and even has his usual customer. When Shoal brings his customer back to their abode, they find the home has been turned into something of a self-serve tea shop. The walls are painted with animated waves. Tea bags, pots, cups, and dishes are everywhere. It seems to be run on an honor system, where people bring in tea or leave money. It appears as though Shoal's customer has accidentally created some sort of speakeasy tea shop. Although it does have a sign stating that there is to be no speaking, only silence. Shoal makes note to himself to bring a sign that says Serenity on it, also to bring Fret here at some point. Special note, those who do navigation work now have a secret location to recommend to their customers. Adding +1 bonus seal per week per 100 seals, perfect or imperfect, increases the seal bonus by +1 per week without limit. And trust me, I do note the upgrade later. When Fret learns of this tea shop, he brings 5 boxes of ceremonial tea as a donation to the place, very pleased with it. Speaking of the Kitsune, he manages to pick up on his completed task he put in to the recallers. Apparently somebody just had some of the quartz he needs, so he only needed to pay 100 seals, which he pays the real kind, to the recaller who fulfilled his request. At some point, Fret goes to the world mirror to reflect on his life, and even peeks in on the vixen smith he saw before. She reminds him of one of his cousins, one of the non-screamy ones, one of the nice ones. The others also go to the World Mirror here and there throughout the week, even last. Fret drags the smith he chooses to reforge his weapon to the World Mirror, attempting to show him Sean McTire weapons. Well, he tries, but instead they get to see a sort of video being projected by Sean. Clearly, the legendary smith is bored, but apparently willing to teach the smith how to work his weapons. At least the giant dwarven smith has the fortitude to continue on with this nonsense.
I'm going to put this in quotation marks. If you're going to touch my weapon anyways, you might as well touch it right. Damn it.
So, Fret and the smith are instructed to visit the World Mirror every day for the course of the training. While Paint is in his classes, he gets to do an art class where they do life studies. This means he gets to see each of his friends going to and from the mirror. When it comes to Shoal, he brings over the canvas once he's done, wagging his tail as Shoal looks at the piece. The cat shark looks physically pained as he says "thank you" through gritted teeth, gagging when he gets a lick from the dog. And the note says around this time, Serenity gets upgraded to give +9 seals per week. Over the next week, Lass makes a new specialty baked good, the cheese snake, and heads out to the smithies to find a way to upgrade some of his equipment with the seals he has on hand. Fret, being distracted, has made little progress on his measurement system. This week, Paint gets to take a class on social constructs and, in general, how society has been working in Twilight. When the third week of Strange Peace rolls around, the newspaper arrives. The United newspaper displays that the consensus of Twilight's days per week is 8, and the number of weeks in a month is 5, although this is subject to change. Except for 8 days per week, that's solid. However, the amount of months in a year is still nebulous. Last receives a note from the recallers telling him to come to the local HQ. So the Paladin, being a good recaller, goes to Captain Tooth. Tooth is confused when only Last shows up, to which the Vapor Cat states he should elaborate better on his notes. There's a brief back and forth and flirting? Sort of? Captain Tooth manages to make it clear the team should be gathered so they can rank up and do a rank-up mission, of which the captain has 2 to choose from. Last brings his team back, Shoal taking note of how nobody is really in the bar. Even more shocking is that Betty's chair got moved, and she isn't here. Tooth explains the whole rank-up thing in his particular manner, then briefly complains about the lack of people in his bar leading to his boredom. Fragment not found, of course, except the rank-up itself. No reason not to after they've done all they've done thus far. They don't need to do the missions right away, but Tooth insists Foof go out within the next 24 days or so, not hours. The exploration mission is to a sphere with life on it that is glowing way brighter than it should be right now. Theory is that an apocalypse is happening right now in that sphere. The mission is to find out as much as possible about the why and how safely. The second mission is from an Eclipse Warfront citizen who believes a lost soul will show up in their home city soon. Not wanting to out themselves, the client leaves an address to find them at. Since that's in last patrol path, gosh, I'm word salad a lot here. He asks if he's permitted to visit while on guard duty, since that'd be efficient. Captain Tooth says that's fine, but is starting to beg for Fragment to do anything violent for his amusement. Shoal kicks over a chair, and Paint uses wind to rattle the bottles behind the bar to help Tooth get his fix. With their missions given, Fragment not found leave the bar for the moment, at least after Fret finishes the drink he paid for. Foofs scatter to their regular jobs,
as a little
Fret and Shoal performing their navigation work for a few more extra seals. Dr. Volt continues diligently working on the projects he started for his team. During his patrol of the week, Last makes a stop at the location from the second mission brief. Inside the building, he sees a table that was set up for perhaps a while now. There's a figure that is cloaked and covered up as much as possible, sitting entirely still at the table. Glass takes one of the chairs in the room to sit down, Pink choosing to sit on the floor. The cloaked figure pushes some cups forward, keeping their features as utterly hidden as possible. Soon they recognize Last and Paint as recallers, apologizing for not showing their features. After what they have done, what they have been, they do not wish to be seen again. The client came from a world ruled by a grand council of mages, and every year is a festival, a grand celebration. A celebration wherein a new grand wizard may be selected. Whether or not a new grand wizard is selected, people go missing every year. The client knows from observation that when one member of the council dies or vanishes, a new one is selected. When this happens, someone is selected as a sacrifice, generally at random. The sacrifice's mortal coil is taken from them, making them a lost soul in the process. So long as the client's instructions are followed, Foof would be able to retrieve a lost soul so long as the team does not interfere. Recallers are not supposed to interfere, after all. Last asks if there are any threats the team should know about. The client replies that several serial killers are often out during a festival. It's an issue that could be fixed, but it serves the Grand Council's interests. Last attempts to further question the cloaked being, but is stonewalled with an ultimatum. Accept the mission in question after, or he walks off the bridge. This annoys the paladin, who finally accepts the mission as leader of Fragment Not Found. His duty is to the city and its citizens, but he will forestall questions made for the safety's sake, if for but a moment to save a soul. Shoal slinks off to Betty's house in secrecy. The cat shark finds her a concerning sight. The door has been left ajar. Stepping inside quietly, Shoal finds an unnatural darkness coats the interior of the house. He hears Betty's voice coming from the dark. She repeats over and over. They're here, they're here, they're here, they're here. Session 20. Back to work.
Wah, wah, wah. And we got a little fan art to show. Here, I'm gonna shrink Rdyjin's window here really quickly. Oh, that is the wrong view anyways. We want this one in port. Oh, of course, it's not going to work. Hold on. Try this again.
I was going to say, oh hey, it's the Drowish Man.
Nope. Work this time? Why Discord? Why you no work today? Why you be big pain? No be big pain. Important.
We have fan art?
Yes, I'll send it to you in a moment. Apparently, Discord doesn't want to give me the link and let me use this art, so
Oh, I see. I know what this is.
we're gonna try it like this. Import.
Oh my
Convert now.
god.
There we go. There we go. Silly Discord being silly. Making it bigger.
Oh my god.
If you want to see this, go over to Era's stream.
No, it's on the table.
It's on the table.
Oh, it is.
Yes. You don't understand. Paint does not like chairs.
No.
Thank
Paint
you,
does
Rdyjin.
not.
Classic.
That's amazing.
Gosh, that's way more wonderful than it has any right to be.
What a great meme format.
All right. So we had a little bit of a double cliffhanger. Which side of things did we want to start on? Did we want to start on Betty, or did we want to? No, I guess we have to start on Betty, don't we?
I was gonna say, I thought we were starting on Betty.
We're starting on Betty. Did I have people roll initiatives already?
I don't think so.
No.
Well, as far as I'm aware, it is only Shoal and Fred over there.
Yep.
So I guess, hey, Shoal.
Fred is
Yes.
a distance away.
And if I recall correctly, currently sprinting. Shoal, what are you going to do? You hear Betty's voice in there.
I'm gonna roll a stealth before I go any further.
Smart move.
Oh, fuck. There we go. My USB that has my stuff was having an issue, and it was closing my PDF. Are you done doing that now, mission thing? Yes, you are. Okay, good. Guess it was loose. All right, that should be. Here's my E20. I don't know where my D20 ended up. It got thrown somewhere.
The
There
D20.
you go.
I had a spare
Oh.
over there.
By the way, FYI, my second game is canceled, everybody, so we don't have that strict cutoff time, at least on my end.
Okay.
23.
Oh, that's actually fairly good. You sneak into the unnaturally dark house, and that familiar scent that you remember from earlier kicks in as you press into the doorway. Ozone.
Ah, that's not a good sign.
That weird familiar sinking into your stomach, the pit of your stomach, the settling of time. Hey, Vari. Fret watches as Shoal actually sneaks into the building through the front door.
Fret is going to be bonded minding the "No, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Come back!" and such. As he continues running.
I'm sneaky. Don't worry about it. I'm stealth.
I need you to roll a perception then for me, Shoal.
Excellent. Dog shit.
You are stumbling around here in the dark.
No, it's still of 18.
You are...
What the fuck, Viv?
It's still
Just
a
that way
dog shit
I can
roll,
see.
but it's still an 18.
That's a fucking 3. Oh, hopefully we're past the 15-minute mark.
We are.
Right.
We kept takes that long.
Okay, good. Just to make sure. Anyways, there might be a relevant typical and Zimstern people should go donate to. In the meantime, you are still not having the easiest time navigating around this room. You keep on running to objects that are around in here in the dark. You can't quite figure out what they are yet. I'm assuming you're trying to head for Betty.
Kind of.
Kind of.
I don't want to. I don't want to like immediately come across her. If possible, I would like to be able to like make sure. I don't know. She hasn't been turned into some fucking abomination before I go into the room.
Understandable. Hey, Fret, what are you doing on the outside?
There's, let's see.
I do have dark vision.
Oh, right.
Is this impeding my vision at all? Is it just dark, or is there
It's
smoke?
not natural darkness. Sorry.
This is advanced darkness.
Yes, very advanced.
Yeah, so Fret is not aware of this fact. So, Fret's gonna pop a sunrod.
Uh-oh.
And once he arrives at the threshold, he's going to toss a sunrod into the building.
Does it do nothing?
It just disappears. Because, magical darkness.
You're gonna hear Shoal say, "It's very dark in here." Just the mental link. It dark.
Well, gonna give Viv a little bit of chance to actually do something, and then Fret will begin while still at the threshold. Try detect magic, detect fiendish presence, and detect radiation.
Okay. You want me to give Viv a chance to do something before you do those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because that's gonna take three rounds, so.
Yep, that's fine.
Or. Yeah.
All right, Joel. So you're creeping closer to Betty, but you don't want to get ultimately close, correct?
Correct.
I want you to roll a survival actually to do this.
Okay.
Your predatory instincts to,
Stalk.
yes,
Nat 20.
of course. Total,
Nat 20,
please.
by the way, 38. That's my
No.
second highest skill, nerds. You get no guesses as to what my actual highest is because it's obvious.
Perception?
No, that's my third highest.
Swim.
It's swim.
Wham.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm the only
You're-
person that ever puts points in the swim.
You're stalking around and you finally get a real good idea of what these things are that you keep on walking into. As you walk into a section, you do find Betty as herself, but she looks tired, like a person that hasn't slept in literal days. She is trembling. She looks weak and tired, as if somebody had tried to fight her and she possibly had trouble. As you move into that space where you can actually see her, you realize the darkness has dropped and you look back and all those things that you're bumping into out there are figures.
Oh. What are they figures of?
Humanoid figures.
People.
moving?
They're people.
They're not moving at all. They're probably just dummies that were left behind to cause intimidation. This was a very intentional means of shutting down somebody with a very strong will. It takes you very little time to realize that Betty is very much bound. Vari.
I don't like that. I don't know what I
Hi.
can do about that.
No fiendish presence. Yes, there's magic. No radiation that you can tell.
Okay.
So she's bound. Is there like a visible magic circle?
No, she's bound physically, like with rope.
Is there anything else in here? Do I need to roll another perception?
You can roll another perception if you'd like. Whether or not there is something here or not, you're not sure.
We're gonna find out. Oh, thank God. So that puts me at a 31.
As far as you can tell, no, it looks like this was just a spot to cause intimidation.
Okay, so Shoal's going to relay to Fret that he has found Betty. She's currently tied up, and I don't see anything else. But you know what? You detect magic.
There is magic. It's not on her. You're pretty sure it's on the darkness spell. You also notice in the room, when you have your detect magic set up, the thing that's allowing this particular area be visible and make those mannequins very visible is a lantern. That also is magic.
Okay.
Oh.
So I just have to interject to make references because that's what my brain do. Whoa, bound Betty, bam blam.
Yep.
Whoa,
Yep.
bound Betty. Bam,
Bound
bam,
Betty.
whoa, bound Betty.
I'll also interject to point out that actually Paint has put brakes into Swim.
Yeah, but what's your swim?
Of course, the
6?
doggos.
Oh, it's still garbage, but he has put brakes
You can
in
officially doggy paddle.
Yes.
The dog wants
Meanwhile-
to be friends with the cat. He's trying so hard.
there. He is. He wants to be more comfortable in Shoal's domain.
Just to be water
So,
elemental and skate around.
Fret will head into the darkness to try to get to Shoal.
Does Fret relay that he is coming in?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, I'm coming in.
Okay, Shoal's gonna
enter.
be like, ooh, and then Shoal's gonna be like, ooh, spooky.
Messing with Fret, mean. Fret, you have to bumble around for quite a bit before you manage to get into this little well-lit area. Well, not necessarily well-lit, let's say dimly lit. The light coming from the lantern that seems to be hanging from the ceiling has some sort of magical quality to it that allows it to cut through this magical darkness. You're pretty sure that now that you're in here, you could probably find the source to the darkness and get rid of it if you wanted to. As described before, you find a very tired and bound Betty who seems to have been up for days in a state of terror because this is some sort of mind messery going on right here.
Are the statues, are the figures breakable, or are they just like mannequins?
You'd have to remove the dark side or the darkness to actually figure out what the heck they are.
And I'm assuming removing the darkness
Uh-huh.
is going to make them attack.
You don't know that yet.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to assume as such because that sounds like some bullshit that would happen.
Well, Fret's gonna start looking for the darkness. The source of the darkness, because it's usually an object that you can conceal.
Yep,
and
go
then
ahead and
that
roll a
conceals the
perception.
darkness.
So does Betty notice us?
You think she does, but she's definitely been here for a while. She might be a little bit of a mess.
Man, I wish I was there. I want to cast
Aw.
magic missile at the darkness.
You work in a lab. just
That
straight
is
from
a
darkness.
20.
You're able to find it, as well as the canister, surprisingly, when you're in there. The
The canister
darkness
for
is
the-
on a business card, so it's very easy for you to wrap up in your hand and close your hand.
Fret's going to do one better than that, though.
Hmm?
He's going to slide it into his one of his bandolier slots and close the little tab.
As the
He
darkness,
now has a darkness generating business card whenever he wants.
yes, he does.
Okay.
That is
Well, until the spell wears, if it's not permanent.
it might be a permanent darkness on a object.
I mean, it's been going for several days.
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, that's okay.
As
Shoal is going to ready a charge.
you're gonna charge one of the figures.
I'm basically gonna wait to see if they try to do anything, and then then Shoal's gonna attack.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, they don't do anything. They are armor stands with clothing on them. They're wearing these dark gray, almost black long jackets and trilbies to mimic the agents.
Shoal's gonna go just push them over.
Yep, they just all push over.
They've all been pushed over. Then Shoal is going to look at the ropes. I'm assuming it's ropes, or is it chains?
I need you to actually roll a. I don't know if
That's
I can have
still-
you roll a knowledge check.
Also, that's
look-
one of the most cat things Shoal has done. This thing has annoyed me. It falls over now.
Do me a favor, Shoal, roll a wisdom check really quickly.
Hey, I actually have a better modifier for that now. Please don't let me down, Wisdom. It did not let me down. That is a 17.
This reminds you of the twine that you guys saw in the other world, the one that Dr. Volt had to recreate. This is that tension twine that's wrapped around her wrist. The harder she pulls on it, the harder it is to break. You'd have to get this woman to relax.
Okay, well, Shoal's gonna go up and be like, Betty, focus on me.
Good luck.
Betty, I'm gonna tell people where you live if you don't relax.
She headbutts you.
Ah!
This is an attack. I am rolling this. I'm assuming an 18 does not hit your AC.
No.
Does it hit your flat-footed AC?
Yes.
Then that does hit. Take 13 points of damage as you get this. They're all
Ow.
around me and I will kill you.
Look, I need to get your attention so you can relax, because if you don't relax, you can't get the thing off.
So Fret has a solution.
That is...
Fret is going to begin a bardic performance.
Is it calm emotions?
Fascinate.
Oh,
No,
that
fascinate.
actually... What's your will save on that?
Let me see.
Okay, D20, go flying off there. Let's get you back
First,
over here.
let's see. Will save DC 10 plus half the bard's level plus charisma modifier. So that is 10, 11, 18.
She will fail that. You have her fascinated.
Okay.
Also, sorry,
and,
Shoal, you put your face right up next to hers.
I'm aware.
There we go.
I'm trying to get her
One
to focus
round
on me.
performing.
To be fair,
appears
she's
to be
probably most
fascinated.
relaxed when she's fighting.
She is, but I don't think Shoal wants to survive that.
I don't think Shoal can survive that.
Yes, congratulations. You have her fascinated. So she is distracted, Shoal.
All right. Going to attempt to get the tension wire off then.
I need you to roll a name a check and tell me why you think it's applicable here.
Well, I'm assuming it has helped her relax, correct?
Yes. As much as she can relax in her current state.
Fair. I'm gonna go with dexterity, because Jesus Christ, getting Shoal to attempt to do this is definitely going to take some dexterity.
All right.
Shoal has to be very careful doing this.
So you don't have any points in escape artist, though that it's usually that's for
do I?
yourself. But
Well, sleight of hand, maybe.
I mean, it's the same. That's a 16.
Give me a second here. I need to check a stat block.
And Shoal is just very carefully trying to like get his teeth under it. So he can...
Yep, you're able to slide a tooth under it, and once you get this stuff to snap, it just kind of crumbles.
Okay, so she is, at least her hands are no longer bound, I assume.
Yes, you're gonna have to roll separately for her feet if you want her to be mobile yet.
Might as well.
okay, I will take another performance round.
Yep.
The exact same roll. 16.
Yes, you'll be able to get her feet.
Yeah, got her free.
You have her free. You are now in the room. You can let go of that performance now. She is going to be a mess, though. So what are you guys going to do?
Does she look injured or just tired?
You can tell that she looks like she was in a fight at some point in time, but she looks very tired, like extravagantly tired. But you are currently in a place with time, so...
We're gonna get her out of the house.
Fred's going to continue performing then. So another round.
All right. Well then, I don't I guess Shoal's gonna just try to drag her out. Or no, I know what he can do. He can sort of like bump against her while she's on the chair, so she kind of like goes over his back.
Let me check to see what you can do with Fascinate without breaking it, because there is.
Alright.
Let's see. Well, any potential threat to the target allows the target to make a new saving throw against the effect. Any obvious threat, such as someone drawing a weapon, casting a spell, aiming a weapon at the target, automatically breaks the effect. So, I guess you can move them as long as they don't consider that threatening. So that is entirely up to Era as to whether or not thing happens.
It sounds like Shoal's trying to remove her from the area she doesn't want to be in, so I am going to allow it. I do need a strength check from Shoal, though.
Oh, that's not good.
Because he is trying
I'm
to
gonna
carry a
guidance
person
myself.
that is probably not exactly going to be supporting their own weight. A cat is getting catted. That's what's happening here.
I've guidance myself. I'm gonna need it out. No, that's a 5.
I want everybody to imagine Shoal nudging Betty onto his back, and then suddenly realizing that Betty, the muscle-bound woman she is way heavier than she looks, and just flat cat.
Or just flomp.
Thwump.
Flomp. Okay, subtracting another round of performance.
I guess I roll another strength check until I can get this
Yep.
to work. Guidance again.
'Cause I don't want her freaking out.
Nat 20.
You're able to bring her out of the house where you're able to finally not collapse. And that natural 20 is kind of funny. Because I just imagine Shoal just getting the cat look of no. This is not how.
Shoal goes, no, this is my job.
I do not appreciate you doing a me to me. Thank you.
He's just gonna grumble and be like, Betty's gonna fucking owe me, god fucking damn it.
Yep.
And Frit will drop the Fascinate.
You guys get out and the Fascinate drops, and as you do, you can hear Betty take a breath as the non-time, the weirdness of not or being forced out of time finally wears off, allowing her to take a deep breath and then immediately vomit.
She better not vomit on me.
No, thankfully enough, she is not vomiting on you.
Good, because Shoal was going to bite.
You very well know that she probably needs some level of medical attention after that. After all, you guys are aware that certain injuries can actually follow into non-time here in Twilight, and time is needed. Who knows what she's been through?
Alright, where's the
Well-
nearest fucking healer area, clinic,
Well-
hospital thing?
Fret will offer over a bottle to Betty.
Is it liquor?
It is Wismuth Salix.
I don't remember what that does.
It's Pepto.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's Pepto-Bismol. She'll take it. I don't remember which section the closest hospital is in off the top of my head. I have it in one of my notes. I'm assuming that that's where we're going to pause with you guys, because I'm assuming somebody's going to stay with her and somebody's going to go and get medical help.
Yeah, I guess Fret should stay with her, considering he's got, arms and legs. Shoal is all legs, so he can just run really.
District 11, by the way.
Thank you.
Ido, thank you so much for that
That
tip.
is. Oh yeah. So where
Thank
are
you
we at?
so much for helping out the
11.
channel, Ido.
And we're at Pleasant. All right, so we're at 14.
Yes. So
we
it's not-
are...
Locate our dots.
God damn,
Yeah.
that is far away.
And I know that is an Emerald Academia. Which is 7. Where the hell is 7?
Here.
Whoop. There we go.
You can't see it, but I just pointed at my screen.
Thank you, Viv.
Good
That
job,
was
Viv.
So
Good
helpful.
job.
That was so very helpful.
I am the most helpful. Look
I
at these
must-
nat 20s, all right?
I'm assuming Dr. Volt is working.
Yeah, he's probably still going to be at work on someone's something.
Yep. We got Last and Paint, whom I believe officially accepted the job, correct?
Yep.
Perfect. The man is going to do
sec.
one last thing. Go ahead.
Sorry. Merle, thank you as well for that tip.
Oh, and I'd
Seriously,
like
guys,
to
I
thank
appreciate you
Vari
much.
and Zim for the biddies of the big emote.
Right. It's halfway through the donation goal, correct then, Zim?
Quarter.
A quarter? I don't know what you put it at, so I haven't looked.
I put
Good
it
to
at
know.
100. Finances are bad.
Got it. Understood. The man in the room, after you finally accept his offer, will offer you a note, or what looks like a journal, leather bound, well kept. He is offering this to last. Hello?
Just doing note things. I'm
Okay.
fine. Promise.
Wasn't sure if Discord broke again or not, because it just breaks sometimes.
It tried.
I've found
I
that
could
that happens if it is not in a window where it is being rendered.
I don't currently have it in a window being rendered because I've got a lot of stuff open. I need another monitor, okay?
Yeah, I have to dedicate one of my monitors to Discord right now. I'm not happy about it.
pat to you. boss.
Gross.
But last we'll take this leather-bound notebook and he's gonna briefly flip through it.
It has very precise instructions on a building to keep an eye on, the signs that a person has been chosen, and precise instructions. Thank you for fixing the number, Ido. My goodness, I appreciate you, Ido. It has very specific or precise instructions of where you will find the the lost soul. So basically, since I should probably put it in better English, it names a very particular building inside the city that, by all accounts, should appear to be abandoned according to these notes. It should have no windows and only a door. The door should look like it is sealed shut permanently. It should have a chimney. The chimney will have gray smoke every night until they have chosen who they're going to bring in. Then there will be white smoke. 2 days later, there should be a lost soul that should be found in the alleyway behind it, nearest to where the chimney is. You will know that it's happening when you smell that of rosemary and dead person being burning flesh.
Gray
It
smoke.
it highly suggests that you do not detect magic during this time.
That might be wise. Gray smoke until sacrifice selected, then smoke will be white. 2 days later, the lost soul will appear. And that we will know this has happened because it will smell of rosemary and dead person. Do not detect magic.
Yes. And with that, the cloaked man will go ahead and he will leave.
His own abode?
Who said he lives here?
Oh. That's confusing.
You know, that's a fair point.
He had this meeting space specifically set up for this.
I mean, it would make sense that he wouldn't live here where, he wants to meet with us, considering he wants all of his identity and everything secret.
Yeah. It's just that Last has gotten used to meeting clients in their houses because that's kind of what we've had to do for the past few missions.
A resplendent offering.
Oh,
Varien cat tipped $50.
Or are you okay?
Sorry, thank you.
The Furry, thank you as well.
What?
Vari. Okay, I see what he's doing.
It,
Vari's not going to tip me because I'm making him suffer probably tomorrow.
Oh.
Sorry, thank you so much for that tip.
yeah,
We're
thank you,
almost
Furry.
done with that tip goal.
I don't even have a tip goal.
Well, gosh darn it, you should sometimes.
Well, I can't give everybody a tip goal in here always. Dang it.
Yeah.
Too hard. Like I have
But
to...
no, it's just Taya needs to monetize more. But yeah, that's a
But I don't want to come
Yeah.
across as begging.
no.
Taya, I understand that pain way too well, but oh,
Gleaming endowment.
Carcerus tipped
Oh.
$25.
Key,
Well, there we go.
Thank you so much.
The rest of the tip goal, I assume, was just met.
Yes.
Yes.
That is the tip
Yeah.
goal fully completed. Thank you, everybody, so much. And yeah, I very much understand not wanting to come across as begging, but sometimes when this is your only source of income, you just gotta let people know that you just need help.
Especially with how finicky streaming can be as far as income goes.
I will say, as far as my Twitch income for this month, compared to the last few months, it is about half, which is very worrying.
Oof.
Because Twitch income is not reliable. But what can you do? What can you do? Well, the goal has been met. I guess I will have to hit that note when I hit that note. When I hit that note, Eddie. Ha ha ha. Or something. Something. All right. Yes, the strange robed man, cloaked man, hooded man, whatever you want to call him, has left, leaving you two there to decide what to do with yourselves now. He prepared this book very excellently for a short step-by-step guide to how to find a lost soul on this planet.
Hmm.
So considering this guy doesn't live here, Paint's peeing on the chair.
Wow.
Glass is
Really
going.
don't like that chair.
Glass snaps the book shut and just gives Paint a look.
He wags.
If this were any other district, I would reprimand you, and technically I still should. It's unbecoming of a guard to Shoot, what's the word for it? It's not defamate.
It's not defecate.
Defile?
Urinate.
Urinate?
Sure, defile. It's not appropriate for a guard to be defiling public property.
Defacing.
Thank you.
Defacing public property.
Deface. Well, I guess Last is going to continue on patrol.
Back to patrol? Okay. You go back to patrol.
Yep.
I can... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say after guard work, he can call everybody.
Yep. I can tell Shoal and Fret that if they get a guard, they can get medics out here and they can take them to the medic. Betty is kind of going to be a mess for a little bit. If you guys want to hang around for long enough before probably last comes to call you guys, I can give you some details on the investigation as they see it. Vari, do you wish to turn in the darkness card as evidence?
Ooh.
Or are you going to keep it?
Uh,
Technically, you could take the lantern before the guards show up as well.
um. Let me do a self-imposed will save.
I asked Vari very specifically for a reason.
Mm, the card is getting kept.
Okay. Understood. Do you guys wish to hang around after Betty's taken to just figure out what the investigators find out, or are you guys going to leave it there?
Fred will hang around because he's concerned about Betty, and we'll be casting a cure light wounds on her while they're just waiting.
Understood. What about you, Shoal? Do you want to hang around after Betty is taken, it sounds like, to the hospital for treatment?
Shoal is at
Or-
least gonna make sure that she's, getting treated properly and all that.
Okay, so you guys are going to focus on her and not stick around for the investigation portion. Got it.
I got
Shoal can't
something
really-
breaking. One sec,
Mhm.
please.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think we're good right now.
Okay.
What? Okay.
One of my
I would ask-
devices was disconnecting and was, for some reason.
Oh,
You know, you're not a real streamer until you have random technical difficulties.
Yeah, out of
Oh, of
nowhere,
course.
not the kind of technical difficulties any normal person would ever experience. This is like your left monitor will suddenly turn green for no reason out of nowhere, and that's an issue that nobody's ever seen before, except for one strange Redditor 3 years ago. Who
Don't
fixed it
worry.
without telling you how.
Yeah. No, I was going to say that it's going to be someone who was on a forum from 2008, and there's a mega upload link to the fix.
Or
Oh, God.
I'm gonna shush myself because man, I could go on a tangent.
But
Either way.
yeah. Anyways, yeah. Fred has heard stories about Betty, and is thus going to take her well-being more seriously than finding out anything, because he wants to be on her
Ah.
good side.
Okay, I need another moment. Chat, can you still hear everything fine? The music and all of that? Because, apparently it changed the audio device.
I can hear it
Oh,
just fine.
God.
So everything's still working for you all? Okay, good. Alright, carry on. Sorry.
No, you're fine. All right. Yep, you guys are going to be able to attend to her as she goes to the hospital. Go away, Windows. No, you are not restarting any of my PCs right now. Stop it. All right. What was I saying? Right, you can go ahead and follow Betty to the hospital until she is taken into care, where they're going to take it from there and probably ask or have you guys. You guys can wait outside, but they're going to tell you that she will be fine after an hour or two.
Fred, I suppose, will bonded mind with Shoal. So, I figure one of us should probably hang around here. Probably you, because she's your friend. And one of us should go talk, or rather, right at the guards.
Fair enough.
So, yeah.
I'm not
Unless you-
particularly
you
great at
think she'll be okay.
investigating. I'm just good at biting things. So
Maybe I should go swing by and get Dr. Volt on the way because this is new stuff.
You could also get
Also-
Last Lost and paint.
you could also tell you. Oh, you should also let Dr. Volt know that the tension wire that we brought back got used for this.
What?
That was
That's
what she was
that's
found with.
big. That's concerning. Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna go, and Fred will like just dart out of the waiting room.
So I was
Okay,
like, oh,
love
I
you,
guess
goodbye.
I forgot I didn't tell him that originally. Oops.
Also, what was that, Zim?
I don't think Zim said anything.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Did something come through?
Oh, okay.
Not
For a
that I
second,
heard.
thought. Oh, I don't know.
I'm gonna blame the potato. Yep. So yes, you're able to make it to the labs where Dr. Volt would be. You guys are currently off in 11, I believe. Oh boy, the building has definitely changed. Talk about lockdown measures. You get in the front door and you're met with lock. Go ahead.
I am so sorry. Maybe we could take like a 5-minute break so I can make sure that these issues are resolved.
Go ahead. I gotta
There's
talk to my
audio.
roommate anyway.
Yeah, audio just completely cut out there for like a few seconds, so.
All right, burb everybody. I'm gonna go talk to my roommate.
So sorry, everyone. I have
It's okay.
no idea
It
what's going on
happens.
right now.
Well, yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna go make some hot tea. I will be right back.
Oh, I guess it's break your clock. Be right back.
Oh, that's what's going on. I hate automatic updates.
Oh, did it update and mess with your drivers or something?
One of my audio programs decided to update in the middle of all of this, and, well, audio drivers means they're trying to take control of all of the audio and everything, so yeah. Let me get this. Oh, and of course they want me to log in again, and
There really needs to be a setting of do not update while in use.
yeah. Or at least one where they actually respect it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's still set up right. That, of course, got changed. What the hell was it before? Why is the music not playing? Okay, there we go. That's not playing. Hopefully you guys can hear the music, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
It took me a minute because it's a bit faint.
No worries. Yeah, I have it purposely quiet, but yeah. It's ambiance rather than focus.
I am the focus here, obviously, the most important being.
Yes, the cute one is the focus.
I'm not the
Not cute.
focus.
Thank you, Taya, for taking that bullet. I appreciate it. You gain 1 DKP. A whole one, not even a partial one. Just a whole DKP. Makes me feel very old. Anyways, Zim, I'm pretty sure I wrote a whole song about how cute you are the other night. Zim's muted me.
My headset fell off. What?
Nothing about me writing a whole song about how cute you were on Thursday that people should go listen to.
Oh, that. It wasn't on a recording. It didn't happen.
We're recording right now, right? Where's my guitar? I know I shouldn't be playing
Maybe.
because I just got a tattoo in the back of my
Yep,
hand.
yep. Don't you dare.
Behave, Era.
You just got the tattoo.
Yes, I am aware I did.
Take it easy, sir.
Fine. But somebody should totally go clip that song over on Zim's channel from Thursday night just before we were doing the What If series. Yes, Mala. It's there. It'll be on the Twitch side of things, so that way it can be clipped. Oh, Ido's also running off to clip it. I don't think anybody clipped it.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, I think I'm ready to get going again. Sorry.
You're fine.
You're fine.
Stupid hair, get back.
For shame.
All right, so. Okay, so here's the earth. I'm gonna get this gum out of my mouth. Gum, the thing I chew on because I need to do something. All right, so. Yes, Vari, so you find very quickly that this place has changed dramatically since your last visit. You get through the first door into the second area where there is a locked door and a security desk with an actual individual sitting behind it whom you suddenly realize is conjured. This isn't a real person. This is a conjuration. You realize this
Well,
mainly because as you
Fre-
walk up, the person you're visiting, the reason for your visit, and all that other stuff gets pushed to you in a paperwork format.
That's good. Fred will scribble out Dr. Volt and reason for visit is discovery of an unauthorized use of one of his inventions.
This conjured guard squints at you until you realize that the squinty face has been drawn on this conjured person's face. Like a certain character from a certain game called Animal Crossing. For anybody that is that level of old. If not, get on my level, nerds.
Demon,
Are we
thank
talking
you.
like exactly like Bianca?
Yes, Bianca. Well,
Demon,
what
thank
were you about
you so much for that tip. And yeah, sorry, was still fiddling a little bit with audio settings, but I turned off that particular thing. Everything else should be fine. But it's back now. Sorry. Carry on.
Carry on my wayward son. Okay, I'm done. But yes, the conjured being looks like they're squinting at you, but they will take the paperwork and then they will slide off to the side. And hey, Dr. Volt,
Yes.
For the first time ever, you get a little ping. A little thing comes over the newly installed Intercom 5000 your boss put in. Why is it they called the Intercom 5000? Because he didn't get to name it. Because he hired another company to come in, which has pained him so. You have no idea how much pain it caused him to not just let the scientists do it. But maybe the security system needed an update from an outside source that might be sane.
Nah.
Yeah, he agrees, but the guards were there, so he did what he felt was necessary. But you hear a little ping that goes, Dr. Volt, paging Dr. Volt. To the front desk, please. You have a visitor. Bing.
Oh, Dr. Volt shall go to the front desk. I would also like to point out that Dr. Volt will have, at least at one point, suggested that we look into some kind of anti-mind manipulation devices.
That
Tinfoil
noise,
hats?
that noise that a bunch of crazy scientists make when you suggest that psychic behavior might be real and they get to study it and poke people's brains.
I was more talking about something simple like, like some sort of amulet of mind protection, but sure.
A tinfoil hat.
Literally what I was trying to suggest.
I mean, both would work, but scientists saying getting to poke brains before creating the obvious thing.
Fair.
They don't get to poke brains very often, and this suggestion might be an excuse to poke a brain. Are you going to deny them the ability to poke brains, Dr. Volt?
No.
Yes.
Maybe you should, but...
Okay, let me put it this way. Dr. Volt is usually a responsible person. When something goes wrong,
Let's-
he's usually responsible.
X'd out.
Okay.
All right, so... Yes, you make it to the front desk. The front desk area has completely changed. There's the actual security desk in the walk-in that you actually have a nice little security badge for, of course. But you get the lovely joy of filling out paperwork because you need to register that you're currently meeting somebody in the front doors. You know that before they can enter, they have to have a very good reason for entering. So it might be easier just to say, yes, I'm meeting this person, sign that paperwork, and meet them in the entryway next to the security desk where the weird conjured person with the drawn-on face stands.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. The Dr. Volt is entirely convinced that it was not conjured with the drawn-on face and someone got bored.
No, you know that very well that somebody did a Bianca. Matter of fact, it might become a trope where people draw on their face, but we'll cross that bridge when it burns. In the meantime, you walk in and you see a Fret in the new waiting area to the building.
And yeah, Fret just already has scrawled on his chalkboard a big long spiel of Betty was kidnapped. She was in time space thing like the air elemental was, and also she was tied up using your tension wire.
Well, given what Shoal has said about her combat prowess, I shall take this as a testament to their combat, or to their effectiveness. Also, gee, I wonder how they got that.
Fret just kind of does the tentative nod. And then wipes the chalkboard and scribbles out. So, want to go inspect a crime scene and some devices and stuff. Maybe go beat up somebody.
Well, because it was used, because company property was used for it, I might even get to say that I am doing this on the clock.
Fret has such a like a sudden look of realization, and then kind of just the happiest sparkly eyes, and does a thumbs up.
So off you guys are gonna go. Got it. Zim, do we need to pause again?
Hopefully not.
Oh,
Well, here,
That
really.
sounds.
For some reason, an audio device says driver updating.
Really
has-
quickly on my stream, I'll give everybody.
You'll what? He cut out. I don't know if some. Did my audio break again?
Oh,
No.
So I was gonna put it
Oh.
on my head. I stopped talking. I literally stopped talking because you started talking.
oh yeah, Era. I think that you were experiencing a little lag there. Anyways, Zip, go ahead. What's the?
Apparently, the audio driver updating has resulted in the monitor for my second PC, the one that I, am using Tabletop Sim on, which, by the way, I won't be able to make any dice rolls for a bit, because I can't really see the screen easily, because I'm having a delay on it and stuff. It just, there's no feed to the monitor, and I have no idea why. But, carry on. It should be fine. At least the stream... It shouldn't interrupt the stream. I'm just working on this on the side, trying to figure out why.
Right.
Okay. By the way, I posted the song in my stream chat, so y'all can hear the song now. It's now going to be recorded too, because I can play it on my stream.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways, Fret does also scribble out, we should probably go gather up, last paint also. Shoal is, sticking around with Betty.
Well, considering that it sounds like things are about to, I believe the phrase is hit the fan. Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
Fret nods.
Okay. Should I just do a flash forward to make your guys' lives easy, or should I be mean?
Well, I
Hmm.
figure that, Fret will suggest one of us go to, Lost House, one of us go to the bakery, and then we meet in the middle.
Okay, you want me to make it easy on you. Got it. All right. So you guys managed to find... I'm assuming you guys are going to meet up, do the thing, and then go to the crime scene, correct?
Sounds reasonable.
Who's going to explain to Paint and Last or Paint? Yeah, I said that right. Paint and Last, what happened?
Fret will have to scribble it out.
Scribble
mean,
it out.
yeah,
I
it
want to
sounds
know what
like-
you tell them specifically, because that might be important.
Yep, gonna let them know that there was an incident at Betty's house, and that there was a area of darkness inside of the building. A lantern canceling a little bit of the darkness in the middle, and Betty was tied up in the middle using Dr. Volt's tension wire. And also there was a lot of armor racks with clothing all scattered around in the darkness for some reason.
The only response Last has to that is, "Oh," and he just follows along.
But Fret will inquire, shall we go talk to the guards that have already investigated? Shall we go meet up with Shoal, or shall we go to the crime scene itself?
Shoal was fully capable of defending themselves, and possibly even Betty, should the need arise. We should go to the scene. The investigators and guard are likely still there.
Fret just gives a thumbs up and starts heading in that direction.
Oh boy, so a crime in Pleasant Meadows. Oh, great. A crime scene in Pleasant Meadows. As you guys get there, of course, you know everybody in Pleasant Meadows because they're all the kind of hippy dippy type, nature loving, everything's peace, love, and happiness around here are gathered in a big circle around the house trying to see what's going on. And there is definitely a perimeter. You guys have to push your way through because things like this don't happen here. We're all peaceful, kind, happy, loving people here. Why would anything like this happen here? Oh boy. When the sanctity of a peaceful place is destroyed. Then again, Betty is a good example of how peaceful these people probably actually are behind closed doors. But are you really going to consider that right now?
Yeah, Last is just holding up his badge. He's not even out of his guard uniform at this point. He's still got the book tucked under one arm.
You
Please
guys
make way.
You guys push your way through and get to the circle, get past the... Oh, wow, they have well, it's just colorful rope, but hey, it works, right? They had to do something to keep these people back.
Did they attempt to make a police tape?
They're using police rope. They haven't decided on police tape yet. But where the hell would they get something like that? They literally just took rope and painted it bright colors for now.
Ah, shit. Almost fell out of my chair.
Well, don't do that.
Hold on.
I would
Viv,
recommend strongly not falling off your chair.
Viv,
I
you're
went
not
to
allowed
go-
to die.
I went to go put my weight on one, to prop myself up as I readjusted, and my the stupid armrest came loose and moved over to the side.
Ah.
It's not the first time it's happened. It's not going to be the last time it happened.
Reminder to everybody that Viv is not allowed to die.
Oh, I'm going to go die now. Bye.
Yeah, you get your
Oh.
butt back here and don't die. In the meantime, yeah, you can press your way through. You could tell that this is still technically an unprofessional outfit because you bring people with and they don't seem to really care about that. The guards that are here. I'm assuming you're going to ask for a synopsis of what they found so far.
Yes, he is. He's not even going to bother reprimanding them for allowing him to just bring people in because it's just advantageous at this point.
I mean, they're still working on the whole professionalism thing. Nobody that anybody's brought along yet has caused an issue yet that they're aware of yet. Key phrase, yet.
Oh, he knows it's going to happen. But also he's fully prepared to vouch for the ones that are with him. Because they're recallers and also they are his team. And if they're a problem, he will deal with it.
So,
Speaking
the two of you should run. I don't have to dignify who those two are, but they should probably run because I'm pretty sure they are the problem.
Yeah, I was going to be like, how are we defining being a problem?
The briefing is fairly lengthy this time, as it's actually handed to you by one of the others. It looks like they have made multiple copies this time due to, surprise, multiple copies almost always being needed anyways. As you look over, it looks like this was an attempt to intimidate somebody. They're not entirely sure why. Inside there, they found one of the canisters with a longer lasting time than they're used to seeing. It seems that this one was overcharged to last several days. While the darkness device is currently missing, that was mentioned before by those that found Betty. They can tell that tension wire was done. They found evidence that there was a scuffle and a fight. They believe that this was not a small amount of people that was involved in the scuffle. And reports from people in the area was that there were individuals wearing a gray, the triblies and the long coats in the area around, well, what would be officially now 5 days ago, signifying that she might have experienced at least 5 real days of time, if not a lot longer, depending on how she perceived things in the weirdness that things are here. They do believe it was deliberate. They do believe that somebody got injured. They have found 3 teeth. They didn't know that people could leave teeth behind.
It's a real-time area. Wounds you suffer there, particularly ones that you don't just heal up, are going to last. Somehow, I highly doubt the teeth are from Betty.
They can confirm that they're pretty sure they're not as well, because they have also found signs of blood, definite signs of struggle, definitely pulled hair, and they're pretty sure that there's a skull imprint on one of the walls.
That sounds like Betty.
Do we have the methods to test the teeth, blood, and hair against citizen records? Do we even have that?
The one guard looks at you and goes, "You can test for those things?"
Would the
Fred will,
hospitals be able to test for
scroll
those
out.
things?
Fret will scroll out blood biography.
So remember, you guys, the average median for the people in here is usually medieval.
Uh-huh.
You guys are using words that usually come from the Industrial Revolution or after. You guys are like the 5% of this town.
To be fair, Shoal is not from that 5%.
No, he's not, but I'm saying Fret, Lost, and Dr. Volt are.
True.
From the minute people that come from
Yep.
the very sparse communities that ever cross the bounds of into technology land, because most civilizations don't. Usually a plague kills them, because I am subscribing and using that theory.
Right. Okay, there's at least one portion of that we can use. Do you even know that magic, Fred?
Fret shakes his head.
Of course not. We might be able to get somebody from the hospital who knows it. Sounds like something that would be useful. I wonder if locate object would work on the teeth.
Fret squints.
People aren't objects, I don't think. As per the spell's rules. Yeah.
Dr. Volt.
There could be some way to thaumaturgically connect the teeth back to the teeth they were in the same mouth of. I would have to take a prohibitively long time figuring out such a spell, but it is in theory possible.
How about an easier question? Could you use them to scry?
Fret nods emphatically.
Okay, out of character. Are there any second level scrying spells? Because that's not the only level he's able to create up to until this point.
I don't think. Oh, hold on. Let me see. No, there's not.
No. Not that I'm aware of, at least. So that's something that it sounds like the NPCs will have to handle, but you did give the guard an idea on a way to possibly use this evidence in a way that makes sense to them. Also, you've introduced them to some new terms that a bunch of people are going to be trying to figure out what the hell it is. So,
yeah, Last is going to be writing down little side notes on the briefing that, like, a copy of the briefing that they gave him, because he's going to keep a copy. But he's basically going to write down, like, for blood evidence, find somebody who can use blood biography or scrying, and for, like, teeth and hair, scrying is probably a good idea. Since, yeah, those are direct connections to someone. He does, however, leave this little note at the bottom that says, such evidence should be kept in a very secure location, as there are probably a lot of bad things that can be done with it.
oh look, Last Lost is teaching these people about forensics.
Forensics, and also, you know, like, curse magic.
I mean, curse magic. I think that might be the least of your worries right now, considering how many of these people are probably already cursed.
Yeah, but he doesn't want it to get worse.
Do you guys wish to do anything else? Because we're in open roleplay / time skip territory. Because nothing else is going to happen of crucial note in this city for a while. It's going to take it's going to be a few days before Betty is back to being somewhat okay and being able to speak coherently there, Shoal.
Oh boy.
You spend several days in a dark room staring at a bunch of bodies, being forced to stay awake and stare at them, thinking your life's in danger, and come talk to me. That was very much psychological warfare that they used.
Oh yeah. To be fair, it's probably because they couldn't. Probably because she was a bit. Beating her in a fight was probably too much effort.
No, it's because she has a very good will save as well, and they couldn't break her mental fortitude to get what they wanted out of her, so they gave up and decided to torture her instead.
Ah, fair.
Out of character
Era,
knowledge, but good.
I'm so sorry that I probably circumvented a what would have been a hell of a combat.
No, there was no combat there.
I see. Okay. Because I was fully expecting her to be frenzied while she was in the area.
Oh no, I'm glad you did, because she would have actually started getting violent.
Yeah, I figured.
I had set that up for you guys to try and find a non-violent way of doing that, because I can promise you that if you guys had not found a way to calm her down, she would have beat the hell out of y'alls and be MIA.
Last is going to ask what they've done with the lantern.
It's being entered into evidence, but they do know what it is.
Really?
Yes, surprisingly, they have managed to identify this one. This was a percentile roll off the thing, and they rolled a 99.
Wow.
This is a shadow light lantern. Specifically, it will not end magical darkness as the light spell, but will cause shadowy illumination that allows you to see figures and things within a 15-foot radius, no matter the light level. They call it that because it causes shadows to stretch and bend. Outside the 15-foot radius, up to 30 feet, it will apply low light, no matter the light condition.
Yeah, since we're in downtime mode era,
yes,
Dr. Volt will be creating himself some goggles of minute seeing.
Okay. All right. So, anything else?
Fret, will once they're away from people, but still with last and such. Maybe at the bakery once we get back there or something. Fret will scribble out. Oh yeah, the darkness. By the way, I found it, and then we'll pull out the card,
Darkness in the bakery.
and then we'll put the card back away.
Darkness gone out of the bakery.
Please avoid doing that. Just said entirely flatly as he looks at Fred. Just was probably in the middle of taking off his guard hat.
Fret just nods.
Oh, not for my sake, by the way. Mostly for yours.
Fret nods.
Oh, and another thing that he'll be making with just a little bit more of his. I believe all of the. Oh, those were. That was actually real scales. One
By the
second,
way-
I need to go redo math.
Okay, you do redo math. In the meantime, are you guys going to grab Shoal from the hospital? Or are you guys going to leave Shoal behind?
Fret, I
Unless...
suppose, will.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Fret will kind of just sheepishly note, like looking scribbling out. So I probably should go meet back up with Shoal at some point.
That might be wise. I'm sure Shoal is at least a little worried about you. And you, though. Ah,
Fret
but
notes.
before you go... He's going to set down the book with instructions. I acquired the details on one of our missions.
Fret does an eyebrow quirk.
It is a non-interference lost soul collection mission.
Fret frowns.
I am aware of your displeasure, but it is part of our tenet as recallers to interfere as little as possible.
Fret
You-
nods.
You're free to look through the instructions left behind by the client in this book when you return. But to note it simply, they are aware that a lost soul is going to be created on their homeworld. We are not to interfere with the process, but we are to collect the lost soul and bring them here.
Fret nods. And then scribbles out anything else of note.
There will be serial killers active while we are there.
Fret does a double take. And then begins gradually having a sideways grin develop on his face.
Okay, Era, in the downtime, I've decided to use up all of the imperfect scales I've got. We
Understood.
will be making a handy haversack, ion torch, 2 universal solvents, and burglar's bracers as well.
Okay.
Fancy.
Despite their name, they're actually just a disabled device helping thing. I mean, they do allow you to produce a Masterworks Thieves tools once a day, but
Yep, I'm aware what they do. That's why I laughed.
they also allow you to take 10 on a disabled device check, even if you're being rushed.
Yes, they're great.
Ooh, that's nice. What was that, Zim?
I was going to ask, were paints items ever done?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's items got done.
Yep. Dr. Volt's is covering himself because he never covered himself. He was dealing with your stuffs first.
I mean, he did a few things for himself, like the Craft Better headband.
The Craft Better headband is a great one. There's also a up my and it's an astrolabe like device that ups your spellcraft by like 5 or 10. That is also amazing for crafting items.
I'll need to go find out what that is.
Oh,
It's on one of my characters.
I
sheets.
think
I'll
I
have to
know
tell
that
you later.
one. It's a really expensive one though. It's like 10,000 or something.
It is, but I'm
Or-
pretty sure it gives
it's a
you
big
a
one,
hefty
But
bonus.
it's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So in the future.
I just remember my level
But
5
yeah, so Fret,
crafter build character ended up with a plus 35 due to all those things.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, Fret will have kind of just a growing smirk. And then just in flowery script on his chalkboard, it says, "Okay, well, I'm going to go meet back up with Shoal," and then just about skips out of the bakery, looking very much improved in morale.
Usually you would think that would be concerning. Glass is going to collect the instruction book and make sure it's in a nice, safe spot while he gets back into his baking gear just so he can bake something. Because sanity demands it.
So at this point, it's
I-
just Last and Paint in the bakery?
Yep. Sounds like it. It sounds like Dr. Volt went back to Emerald Academia. Anything you want to do, Paint?
Paint is going to, He's gonna go sit on... I'm imagining there's probably a stack of bags of flour in the bakery.
Of course.
He's gonna go sit on those. Refusing to let Last get into them.
But why? Last is confused. Why would you stop him from using flour?
Paint just is just staring at Last.
He tilts his head. Is something the matter?
He sends along a mental image of Doggo Last, but larger and more monstrous, growling at the rest of the party.
Tilts his head the other way. Huh. Did I not sufficiently apologize for that?
He sends along another one of... Basically, it's... You know, sun goes up, sun goes down, sun goes up, sun goes down. Still the same scene.
Oh. I see you noticed.
Sneezes.
There's a quiet pause as he seems to consider something. All that matters is that we survived.
He shakes his head. And sends along another image of the entire group, doggo versions of course, running happily through a field together.
Is this because I haven't been playing fetch nearly as much?
He shakes his head. And sends back along the same growling scene with the time passing over and over. Also, we have new canvas.
I saw new canvas, I was about to say.
He also sends along images of the last doggo snarling and snapping at the others.
Oh. He has a bemused sort of expression. His glowing eyes narrow slightly. You are worried that we will turn on you.
He shakes his head. And the image kind of zooms in on last. The doggo last goes off on his own and just curls up into a ball, and you just get the sense of anger and grumpiness from it.
I understand. Okay.
Unfortunately, you can't exactly fix what's broken.
No chair, only flower.
I mean, flour is nice and silky smooth, you know, it's comfy, but he's doing this to get Lat's attention. And I think
Yes.
going forward, for the sake of time and stuff, if you guys really don't get what he's trying to convey, you could just say so and I'll explain.
No, this is the best
But-
part.
I mean, I
yeah.
think I have a good understanding, but
You have no one to blame but yourself.
It's okay.
I love this.
as a person that also tends to play mute characters, apparently, because now they think about it, I got like 4 or 5. I love this. So
Well, this is especially difficult because usually when somebody plays a mute character, you know, they've got a notebook and they write down what they're trying to say. Paint just tries to convey it with feelings and images.
not always. I had a pseudo dragon character that the DM told me that I could only communicate in colors at first.
Fair enough.
I like it personally, but continue.
Paint. We understand your concern. But this is fine.
He shakes his head and growls at you.
Last reaches out a hand as if to pet Paint. No. There's no need for that.
Paint backs away.
Last pauses, dropping his hand. You have no reason to fear the hunter here.
He shakes his head, sending along the image of him going up to the brooding doggo last. And you get the sense that he's not afraid.
Paint. I speak to you as last. I speak to you as half of something. I am here to ensure the other half survives. To ensure that broken, lost little half makes it. So you will have to live with me a while longer. You may not be happy. You may not like it. You may not like the decisions I make. But just remember that I am one half of a whole. And we are all the same person.
The next image that Paint sends is kind of basically a two-headed last doggo, surrounded by the rest of the party, and facing off against some shadowy monstrosity. And then one of the heads on the last, the whatever the term is for the two-headed doggo, snaps at the other members of the party, and that united front kind of shatters. The vision shatters like glass, and it is just the two-headed doggo alone. And then it's followed by them defeated and dead on the ground.
Last leans on the counter and sighs. I understand your concern. But this part was built in order to ensure survival. To work in a group, a team. To help the other half. We were around when the other half arrived. The other half has had difficulty accepting that their team did not survive. You have been instrumental in strengthening the other half. You and the others. If your concern is that we are going to turn upon you to cause discord, then you are mistaken. The only thing we lack is foolish hopes. That's for the other half to keep.
He shakes his head. Hmm. What the? Go away.
Hi, Rex.
Huh?
You said go away, and I said hi, Rex. I was kidding.
Oh. No, a cable. I've been messing with cables trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay. I was just rolling something for myself.
A roll was made. How dare roll be made in Pathfinder of all games, a game that has nothing to do with dice. How dare!
I love self-imposed rolls. They're always
Yes.
so fun.
I do them all. I think everybody does them. Find me a Pathfinder or D. Find me a tabletop gamer that doesn't do self-imposed rolls, and I show you a liar.
Well, in this case, it's to see if paint actually talks.
Oh,
Oh shit!
is a cuss word. Let it be a cuss word.
Unfortunately, he is not talking with that roll.
Fuck. Alright. I'm gonna go take my meds really quickly.
Paint is going to send along another image of the entire group, the same scene before the glass shattered, fighting together and coming out victorious. And he again sends the image of one of the heads snapping and barking at the others in a very aggressive manner. And that the glass shattering, and he's standing alone.
You're worried we'll go off on our own, or that we will become alone through our action.
He sneezes at the second part.
I suppose we can't blame you for the assessment. How to explain? That's not what we're aiming to achieve. That fury that you saw is uncommon. It is still there. We won't deny that. But we are tempering it.
He shakes his head. And shows the scene just a few moments before where he seemed to be very... It is a bit distorted to... You know, it's from Paint's perspective, but... Last was even more grumpy and snappy towards the others in the party.
Have we truly been so aggressive? Perhaps we need to dial it back.
Paint nods.
Last pauses and then looks over at Paint. Or are you mistaking the lack of gentleness as aggression?
He sends along an image, again, the shadow monster thing, and that getting barked at by the party. And then he sends the group all cuddled together in a big pile.
Aside from those who have read my file, you are among the few that know that I am. Lost has a great deal of difficulty admitting this. I don't. There's no logic in it. I was hoping to project confidence, logic. Less aggressive barking of orders and more better at making decisions. We are recovering. Whether you think so or not. They gesture with one hand at the bakery. This place is special. It is very special. It represents something as dear to us as the mask that we usually wear. As dear to us as you are, as the team is. To have you all attacked, to have this haven attacked. Our reaction is only natural, if mildly unhealthy.
He sends along the next image of the scene of when the explosion went off. And everyone fighting together there. But he also sends along that afterwards, Shoal, well, Doggo Shoal, since Shoal's now got a doggo form, much to his derision.
Disgusting.
He doesn't need to know yet.
And he's still offended by it.
Somewhere in a hospital, Shoal is sitting there waiting for news on Betty and just suddenly feels so disgusted.
Just goes, the dog is thinking about me again.
Lol.
But he's sending along Doggo Shoal licking wounds on Last.
I'm not licking a damn person.
Maybe not, but that's what Paint is showing.
It's the metaphor of healing.
Yes.
That sounds like work.
Alright.
But he sends along also Doggo Last Lost snapping at Shoal. Snapping at the others. And the others backing away.
Is that what you saw? Last seems vaguely confused by this assertion.
He shakes his head, but resends the prior visions of last snapping at the others in the party. And slowly the group going together as one drifts away.
Can I posit an assessment of what I think Paint is trying to say?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Plenty of time. I'm pretty sure what Paint is saying here is that he is worried that you're going to snap again in a sensitive situation, or even possibly at the party, and end up in a situation where you're alone and vulnerable because you're snapping in a bad situation. Like you probably kind of possibly did when the window broke, when you shouted in anger, because that's not something that Paint has seen before, and then ended up blindly walking into a magic circle. He's positing that that snapping is going to put you in a bad situation and possibly by yourself, and he's also concerned that that snapping might come back at the party and hurt them in various means.
Yes.
I believe I got it correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that he has been seeing it happening since then. Snapping at the party, snapping at the guards and such.
Oh, like, I didn't even realize it at the time, but the whole, threat pulling out the card thing.
Yep.
Yep.
And yet, he acted as logically and politely as he could. So the fact that Payne has picked up on this is fairly impressive.
Therapy Doggo is very in tune.
Indeed. And unless it's been hard to come across, Lass does not quite understand what parts of this are not working. As the survivor, he does not understand what part of this does not function. It's not that he wants to be alone or push anyone away. That's kind of the opposite of part of his purpose. He just does not understand why Paint is so concerned when he's actually making a concerted effort to make things function.
Because the logical response isn't always the right response.
Because leadership takes compassion as well as logic, which is what Paint's trying to get across.
And technically, you had an emotional response, but are hiding behind the guise of logic for. Why am I doing this? You very well know this out of character key. I'm gonna go and put this away. I'm gonna go throw my empty or continue role playing. You guys get the gist. I don't have to psychoanalyze people. I'm the GM.
I love how we just hearing him getting quieter and quieter as he's just yelling across the house, walking away.
Doppling away.
Poor Cass is probably like, what the fuck's going on?
It's
No,
Saturday.
actually-
He knows it's our bullshit.
Actually, it's worse because okay, so Cass is out getting food right now, but his sister's vacationing here for a week, so she's in the basement right now.
Oh Lord.
And I don't know if Cass bothered to. I know Cass mentioned that I stream. I don't know if she was expecting me to walk across the house screaming at the microphone from a distance.
Well, you know what? That's on her. That's what we call a skill issue.
So she's probably down
Expect
there.
the unexpected.
So she's probably
Constant
down there right now, just
vigilance.
wondering what the fuck is going on up here right now.
Okay, but
Continue. I'm done psychoanalyzing this.
But yeah,
I never
that,
started.
that is what Paint's trying to get across.
Look, Paint. I understand. Functionally, anyway. You do not want my actions to come back to the group, nor do you wish me to end up isolating myself. Those are not intentions. And I understand that this current state worries you. But right now, there isn't exactly a way you can force a shift back. I am
Paint
Doing
is
as I am.
Paint is interrupting and sending an image of him going up to the two-headed last lost and giving both a lick on the nose. Both heads.
So do you lick one and then the other, or are you licking both at the same time?
One and then the other.
Okay.
Last eyes close, and he moves back to Paint. And even if Paint growls and recoils, he is going to hug the wild dog.
For the record, he does not recoil this time.
We understand this is difficult. It is unpleasant. We are flawed and imperfect. We are perhaps as much a mess as the other half. But if you accept the whole, we are here.
He nods and sends another image of the two-headed last lost and the rest of the group hunting together. And last lost barking, though in this situation it feels more like giving direction rather than aggressive. And then it kind of fast forward to after the hunt is over, and one of them has a wound, and the two-headed doggo goes over and licks at that wound.
I wonder if Stormfront would call us weak. But we prefer that.
Discord's being weird. Can you say that again?
Sorry. I was being kind of quiet. Huh. We wonder if Stormfront would call us weak. But we would prefer that. This image. It is how we prefer to be. Although, Last smiles, tilting his head to the side. Even in this state, we are fairly uncertain of our qualifications as a leader. And they smile.
Paint kind of tilts his head back and forth and nods.
Now, may we please start baking?
Paint will get off the bag.
Thank you. We will make something for you. It would help.
Paint sneezes, and his stomach gives a growl.
Perhaps more than one thing.
No, Paint is just always hungry.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to
Yeah.
eat here in Twilight, but You know, some people eat constantly.
It's just
80% of this party in the god.
it's just extra good because he's not going to get fat from eating too much.
Don't tempt me.
Makes a
Paige
bunch
is
of
gonna wake up and have one day where he's fat.
Don't worry. If you
Or
need
just
to go on a
round.
diet, Shoal will eat your share.
just makes
Or
a bunch
Fret
of
will offer you a wander meal.
oh god.
Oh god. You look at Wander Meal, you lose 5 pounds. You now have the starving condition just from looking at it. Evil.
Become emaciated.
So, things you guys got to discuss. You were given a time that you have to go on this mission from your boss. And you guys probably want to discuss things a little bit more openly. So, at some point, you going to want to meet and decide how long you're going to spend in the city before going on your mission, among whatever other things you want to discuss. So, why don't I just put you all in the bakery on a number of days, however, or how many days does it take you guys to just gather up? Let's just ask that question.
I think that Fret and Shoal were probably going to like hang around until they were able to talk to Betty. Because that seems important. So hear me out. Y'all could come to the hospital.
I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Also, partially because Last has yet to see what state Betty is in. And, Betty is a fixture in our home HQ, so she's important.
That is an option. Dr. Volt, are you amicable? Wow, I butchered that word to death. And
You got close enough that I could tell the word you were trying to say. Amicable.
Amicable.
Yeah.
Rip that word. To meeting at the hospital. You guys will be awkwardly in a waiting room. This is fine. You guys have things to discuss. You should probably discuss those things. This is the equivalent of putting a bunch of 3-year-olds in the same room, be like, now it's time to talk.
Well,
Right. So, Last holds up the book of instructions. Unfortunately, one of our missions is a bit time sensitive.
Fret kind of does the eyebrow quirk again.
Time is subjective. Yes. However, the mission to collect the lost soul... Well, according to the client, the celebration that we will be dropping in on only occurs once a year on their homeworld. He just sort of flips open the instruction book and starts sort of like reading stuff off from it effectively to let everybody know, the instructions, like what the building looks like, the chimney smoke and how the chimney smoke is going to change. And then 2 days later, the lost soul is going to appear. And there's no telling how long the lost soul is going to remain within the vicinity. So it is relatively imperative that we collect the lost soul nearly as soon as it is generated.
Fret nods.
And I must remind all of you, it is important that we do not interfere.
One moment. Mistaken Introvert, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Comfy Box.
Continue.
So- Sorry.
You're good.
You're good. You're good.
I understand we've been a bit light on following that rule. We haven't needed to worry about it. But this mission is going to put us in the thick of another world civilization. But luckily, in here, we should have the information necessary in order to create guises. These should help us blend in. And after that, the only worry is the serial killers that will be about during this time. Glances over at Fred.
Brett seems so excited for some reason now. And Fred will peer at sketches of what the people look like and such.
There are no sketches of what the people look like.
Oh, when he was talking earlier, I thought that he mentioned that the dude.
No, if I said that, I meant distinctly there aren't, because you guys have a cough that specializes in this nonsense, so you wouldn't have needed it from him anyways.
Okay, I thought the guy told us that he had stuff for guises, so I retract that statement.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, no. This guy absolutely has no interest in telling you goddamn shit about himself and what he may even questionably look like.
Okay. What will likely happen is we'll have Dextrel investigate the area. We'll craft guises, and then go down. Specifically, we're going to want Dextrel to let us know when that building in particular has started smoke from its chimney, because that marks the start of the ritual. And before I forget, he taps the warning several times on the page. We do not detect magic on the building.
You know, of course, that makes me only want to do it more.
I can only assume whatever horrific magic is being utilized that generates a lost soul would be painful to view.
I read the Akashic records.
Point taken. However, this is part of the client's instructions. Unfortunately, we'll need to follow them. Well, I cannot technically stop you. I will be responsible for any of you doing so.
Just because the client says so doesn't mean you need to. The client's rules aren't law. Technically, the recaller's law is law. But when somebody warns you of something, you know...
Oh yeah. No, he's putting it out there. He's saying he will be responsible because, you know, they're his team members. But he did just say that he can't stop them.
Alright, sorry guys, I had a call that I had to take. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Last was just explaining that we're not supposed to detect magic the house. But also he can't stop you from detect magicking the house. He can only take responsibility for you detect magicking the house, even though it's probably a bad idea.
Fred just gives a thumbs up.
I wonder what trouble tastes like. Because I certainly smell it in this party.
No, if he's being told don't detect magic, there's a good reason. And Fred doesn't want to be blind. That would suck.
It is just this house. They are free to detect magic other houses and other places, just not this one. Not while the ritual is going on.
I imagine it would just be a reenactment of a DBZ move called Solar Flare.
It's like walking in on Frieza in the shower.
Ew.
Oh god, Frieza's
Gross.
always naked.
Why?
That's rude.
What? Why? Okay.
Why? I was making DBZ Abridged references.
I know, but still, why?
Why not?
Because I must make references.
All right.
Because
all right.
it's funny.
All right.
What you never had that thought pop up before?
I've never thought of Frieza in the
That's-
shower ever. Thank you.
No thanks.
Well, now you have.
He's-
Congratulations.
He's not
You're
my
welcome.
type.
You're welcome.
Right. So at this point, Last is going to look up and go, so, does anybody know when we're allowed to go see Betty?
Brett shrugs.
Shoal shrugs.
Looks at Shoal. Haven't you been waiting here for them?
Yeah.
I'm just imagining that's what's been going on is the nurses have been just sitting there looking over at him occasionally like, why is he here? What is this
No,
thing
it's the why-
doing in here?
It's the why is he still here? Because they know that he came in concerned about him, but they gave him information and he hasn't left yet.
Shoal didn't have anywhere else to be.
Oh.
Why leave?
Because nobody said that he wanted to visit Betty.
Oh.
Correct. Shoal has not realized his failure to communicate yet.
Will Shoal ever realize his failure to communicate? No, we know the answer to this.
He's a cat. He assumes he was straightforward enough, even though he wasn't.
What part of meow didn't you fucking understand?
Exactly.
So Last is going to just leave the instruction book with Dr. Volt, because Dr. Volt will probably find more entertainment reading that than Fret will. And he's going to go ask the nurses when they can visit Betty. Because
The nurse. Go ahead.
because they've probably been sitting here for a little while, especially if they're down to discussing brass tacks.
The nurses will look at each other and be like, well, we can go ask her if she's up for visitors right now. She is conscious. She's not sane right now, but we can bring people up. She's no longer a danger to herself and others. Mainly others. We don't think she was ever a danger to herself. Just to put that out there because she has thrown things
I
very
would point out,
far.
I'm gonna just go ahead and let you know she's always a danger to others.
She's not actively trying to murder people. How about that? Is that better?
Yes.
Give us a few moments. We'll see if she's up for visitors. One of the nurses will go, and they'll come back after a few minutes, and she'll be like, I was very precisely asked who's here to see me, who dares try to see me, am I allowed to hit them? I guess those are questions.
You can tell her it's Shoal, and his recaller group, and we can fight later, maybe.
No fighting in the hospital, please.
No, obviously not in the hospital. She needs to be out of the hospital first.
Tell that
I mean,
to her.
I'm not gonna win unless she's already here. But that's
I'll
also
go-
not a fair fight.
I'll go let her know.
Nineveh isn't getting into a fight in a hospital is the best possible place to get into a fight.
The other nurse will reaffirm no fights in the hospital.
Theoretically, yes, but practically, they probably will just kick you out and let you suffer on the street.
If we have to kick you out, we've got sedatives. You'll be limp in the street for a while.
Are they in powder format?
Have you ever seen a needle gun?
Last just takes off one of his gauntlets to show off the fact that he's not made of fleshy bits.
The nurse pulls out what looks like a double-barreled shotgun with a hypodermic needle put into it, and then clicks it and goes, "Oh, honey, your lack of skin doesn't stop this thing."
Puts gauntlet back on. You sound like somebody I knew. That's not comforting.
When you meet people of Twilight that refuse to be treated properly, sometimes we need to take extraordinary measures to keep them in calm and in line. And this here
Fret,
was called a shotgun from somebody's homeland, and we modified it, and it's kind of fun.
Fret scribbles out on his chalkboard, I like her. And then, down one line, writes, "Hey, can we be friends?" And points his chalkboard at the nurse.
She writes out, or she asks, "In your free time, do you do stupid things, or do you do reasonable things?"
Fret shrugs.
Like, do you go out and watch shows and, maybe have a reasonable amount of alcohol that doesn't have you crawling in here on your hands and knees because somehow you got alcohol poisoning in a land where you don't have organs?
Fret does scribble out, I haven't done that one yet.
Have you jumped off of a building several times in a row until the reality here has decided that you have a broken leg?
Fret shakes his head.
We may be friends.
Fret smiles.
Because if you piss off reality, reality will respond. I was very afraid that somebody in the party was going to attempt to piss off reality.
Yeah.
That concern has grown quite a bit now.
Well,
No comment.
in the city, no. Everywhere else, yes.
Shoal is getting petted.
How dare.
Lol.
How could you betray my trust like this?
The original nurse that went up to speak to Betty says, "Shoal, you haven't been given permission." She says she won't hit you currently because she's not allowed to. But she's going to hit you and hug you and then hit you again because you're not allowed to be hugged. I have no idea what's going on.
It's just Betty.
Are you sure? Because oh, never mind. Come on.
She's usually like she's usually violent. It's fine.
Just follow me.
Shoal will follow.
You will get warned that she will jump and that she is very tense as you are led up to the... Go ahead.
Fret will move to follow also, until told otherwise.
You will be stopped, unfortunately, by the nurse. Not the one at the
Fret
shotgun
frowny.
yet.
Fret
Only-
frowny face.
Only Shoal permitted?
Just goes.
Only Shoal permitted.
Sits down.
Betty only trusts Shoal so far. She doesn't know the rest of the party all that well.
That's fair.
And Shoal has also agreed to wear a very pretty pink bow if she has been crossed. Something that there will be multiple paintings of, and it will be spread across the city. Betty does not know how to embarrass the rest of you.
Fret will bond mine to Shoal. Let her know that I'll agree to a bow also.
I don't think Fret knows about that deal.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I could have sworn that we discussed it.
Shoal didn't bring it up. He just went, "Nope, I'm not taking you to her house."
Oh, okay. I thought you explained out why, but I see. Okay,
No,
never
Shoal
mind.
is not going. No, Shoal will not be explaining the blackmail. He will just be going, "No, I'm not doing this."
That's fair.
Lol. Eventually, maybe you'll be Betty's friend. But you also haven't tried to get in a fist fight with Betty yet, so, the chances of Betty being friends with y'all yet until you prove that you're willing to take a hit from her. Pretty down there.
I see.
Betty has criteria.
No, it's called standards.
No, it's definitely criteria.
Same difference.
She has standards and criteria. Is that better?
How does Shoal meet standards, but how does Shoal meet criteria and standards? I figured it'd be one or the other.
You submitted to the blackmail very quickly, and she hasn't had to use it.
I mean, Shoal didn't want to go fucking find her where she lived, okay?
That met the standards. You didn't intentionally get in this mess.
Her standards
One way
are
or the other.
very low for people in this town. Also, Shoal's been booped.
How fucking dare you?
The cusses are coming. Yes, you'll be brought to the room, and this is the first time you've ever seen Betty jump upon a door opening. She looks so fucking nervous right now.
And Shoal's gonna just walk in.
Of course, her stare goes on to Shoal for the brief moment before the door closes and makes her jump again, and she goes, I swear to God, the pink bow won't be the only thing pink if you ever tell anybody about this.
I mean, my recallers group knows that you were captured and, brought here. I've explained exactly nothing else.
That's fine. Being captured is not embarrassing. The fact that the sound of a fly moving in this room makes me jump right now absolutely is, and should never be let out of this room.
I never planned on it, don't worry.
Good. Thank you for your help. Why did that hurt?
Because you're not used to needing help?
Oh, right. I'm usually the one helping stupid.
This time it was I, Shoal.
Well, I'm not stupid, just to put that out there.
No, but you did need help.
Unfortunately. I appreciate you helping me.
Don't worry about it.
Good, because I think
Literally
my
tell
leg
her
just
not to push herself.
properly or partially collapsed there. Oh, bye, Fred.
I was mostly just worried when I noticed your chair was not in Tooth's bar.
Somebody touched. She starts to sit up and then goes, ow, 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 my chair, ow, ow, my spine, sitting back down. Got it. That's why they said not to get up. Got it.
Heal first, beat their asses later.
But my chair has been touched.
Look, I'm sure you can pile drive Tooth into whoever did it later. They'll still be there, I'm sure. In fact, they'll probably be smug about it, so you'll be able to figure out who did it faster.
In fact, with how much Tooth was craving violence, it might have been Tooth.
Well, Shoal's not going to say that.
Or Tooth suggested it to a newbie who asked dumb questions too often.
Oh no. And Tooth is immediately going to throw them under the bus, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Tooth isn't allowed to hurt his patrons.
He can get his patrons to hurt his patrons, though.
Yes! He technically said that's Betty's chair over there. It's not his fault that they didn't understand that that means don't touch that chair.
Hey, can I use this chair? That's Betty's chair. Okay, uses it. Well, and another one bites the dust.
The shark craves violence. Who would have guessed?
Man, who ever would have guessed that someone with shark in them is a violent asshole?
But they give such great hugs.
They do.
You don't understand.
Shark-
Is there anything important that you want to ask Betty, or are you just doing a wellness check?
Bit of both. Shoal's gonna be like, well, considering you are at least conscious and able to answer questions, seem more like you, What the fuck happened?
Welcome back, Furry.
Welcome back, Furry.
Thanks.
She'll sigh and she'll go into how she had just canceled one of her classes because her students have become absolutely infuriating to deal with since she has nowhere to take out her anger issues with anymore. And the people in that area are just so stupid. For a group of, lovey-dovey, peace, love the earth, hippy-dippy types, they suck. Just so bad. So she's been canceling her classes, and she got a knock at the door, and the only people that come to her door are students, because they're the only people that would dare come to her door because everybody else is stupid. And now you, who's welcome at her house now. And she says that through gritted, angry teeth, like she doesn't like the fact she just said that. Like, part of her brain and body just rejected that thought, that she has somebody that she's okay with being in her house.
I will not come unless invited.
Any time is fine. Ow. Why does friendship hurt?
Because you're not used.
Alright, my traveling buddies were even stupid. Either rate. She says when she opened the door, she saw 12 men that she didn't recognize. As a matter of fact, she can't recall them to the moment in time. It's like their faces were all blurred. And they rushed in. She remembers fighting them. She remembers fighting them more. She remembers kicking their ass and thinking this was fun. Then she remembers a very sharp pain in her spine. And then waking up tied up in the dark room with the chanting noises of they're watching you, they're coming for you, they're here, they're here, they're here. She says eventually she thinks that the people that were actually there left, but it was that for several days, and she remembers feeling tired but unable to sleep because she was somehow scared and everything felt real for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, so apparently they set up an actual zone of time in your house and left you.
She gives that one eye, two eye blink. The one eye goes and then the other eye goes. Like, she is incapable of expressing the amount of anger she feels that somebody might have screwed with her house.
Correction. And they also set up a bunch of armor mannequins with their outfits in the in the darkness cloud.
Her eyes go slightly further apart.
I knocked them over. If only because they were wearing their stupid hat and long coat.
So what you're saying is that if somebody's wearing a hat and a long coat, I should punch them immediately without question.
If they're wearing the stupid trilby and the stupid detective coat, probably. They probably deserve it.
They messed with my house.
They did.
They messed with my doilies.
Absolutely.
My nice, happy little doilies that I put things on because it makes them pretty and they remind me of the things that used to be around in the pretty houses. You get the sense that you're in danger.
This is fine because Shoal has also aimed this danger at the troublemakers. Shoal is just collateral at this point.
Yeah, the problem is that she's in a hospital, and the moment that she starts to go into the I'm going to break everything in this room, she's hurting herself, and you get the lovely scene of watching what the shotgun does.
Does it immediately knock her out?
Oh, yes. It's the night-night gun.
Well, that went better than I expected.
Those that are down in the waiting room get a lovely moment where the nurse with the shotgun gets a message, just stands up, cocks it, and walks away. Then the nurse is going to come back with Shoal next to them, because they're bringing Shoal with.
I bring excellent news.
And
She did
Shoal
not
will be
suplex me out a window. Or the wall. Or the ceiling.
The nurse will also say, excellent news. We have decided that all meetings from here on out with that particular patient until she is healed from her injuries will be supervised to make sure that incident doesn't happen again, because we lost a several thousand scale machine out the window.
Yeah, I didn't expect her to get quite that mad when I told her what happened. That was mightily impressive, though. But I agree, definitely supervise her. Dear God, please.
And that's what this is for. Holds up the sleepy time gun.
Also, once she's recovered, I feel bad for anyone wearing a trilby and a trench coat.
Why do I have the distinct feeling that trilbies and trench coats are going to be banned from Twilight for a good while?
They will definitely be going out of fashion. Probably because she's going to kill people with them. Or attempt to. At the very least, they're probably going to get those trilbies stuffed down their throat.
Pictures or it didn't happen.
I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but I wouldn't put it past Betty.
Wait, Volt, do we have cameras here?
I believe at least of the rudimentary variety.
Just need Polaroids. Shoal does, that's out of character. Shoal does not know what a Polaroid is.
That's why he's asking. He's like, wait, Shoal might not know what he means by pictures. Oh,
There is the one magical item that is essentially just a gem that saves an image of something. I forget what they're called. Those
yeah,
are,
I know.
though.
I know what you mean.
That's what
but-
Shoal assumes.
But no, Lastimence's statement. Illustrations or it didn't happen.
I'm sure we'll get some. Somebody's gonna witness Betty going on an absolute tear when she gets out of here. On a also terrifying note, I have a standing invitation to her house.
Is this not a good thing?
Shoal is gonna give Last a look.
Last leans back a little bit.
It's a look of fear, confusion, and at least one other unidentifiable emotion. There's some concern in there too.
Last has never seen Shoal like that. That's actually concerning.
It caused her physical pain to say this to me.
Paint's just sending along a mental image of everybody gathered around a tombstone that just reads Shoal on it.
That's probably pretty accurate. Honestly, that's about what I expect. I will not be showing up unless absolutely necessary.
It's this weird thing that Betty respects you and she doesn't know how to handle it. And everybody is afraid.
To be fair,
Fred just
Shoal is very afraid. But that's because Shoal has some brain cells in there somewhere.
Fred does the pat on Shoal's shoulder.
Squint. Other than that, some people with trilbies showed up at her house. She got into a fight with them. She got into more of a fight with them, and then she got, like, stabbed in the back or something. Some sharp pain in her spine, and then she woke up with a very unnatural fear affecting her. And they were chanting. And then I told her that, they had fucked with her house, and she kind of spiraled out of control from there.
Ah, that reminds me, nurse. Has this hospital been approached for guard cooperation?
This one specifically, no.
Ah, I see. Just to warn you, the guards may be requesting cooperation of the hospitals and the district in the future, especially when it pertains to evidence left behind. He tries to put it as delicately as possible.
You get the nurse look. The nurse look of, I've seen people wide open. I think you can say things better than that. It's the dismissive, oh honey.
He's
the whole
trying...
matching blood samples and that stuff.
Yes. Blood, teeth, hair, so if you have anyone that knows scrying, perhaps, or anyone who...
Or blood biography, I think Fred mentioned.
That.
Fred does the finger guns.
Shoal remembered.
When we have a request, we'll look into possibly fulfilling it while keeping to our oath within reason. There's this thing from a world called a Hippocratic Oath. We don't know why it's hypocritical, though.
I'm gonna be
Because the
honest, I've
oath-
always wondered that question myself, but...
It was because it was devised by Hippocrates.
Yeah.
Well, yes, but why is it the same word as... or basically the same word as Hippocrat? Like...
They're a little different.
There is a spelling difference. They are not the
Yeah.
same thing.
It's not hypocrite, it's hypocritical, technically.
Yeah,
but
it's hypocrite versus hypocrite.
it's
Hypocrite.
they just end up getting pronounced the same because because English.
Because people don't know how to actually do inflections.
Well, also in English, we've got tons of words that are exactly the same anyways.
Yep.
Read and read.
3 languages in a trench coat.
Yep.
The word set.
The word "the."
No. Nothing compares to set. It's got like 70 different meanings.
Yeah, but you can
Look
also
it
use
up.
"the" like 17 times in a sentence and it makes sense for some reason.
Up is also a word that has about 70 different definitions.
Yeah, but paint only needs to know one. Uppy.
All right. Well,
All right. Well, that's that done. I vote that we leave before she makes a miraculous recovery.
and tries to escape.
I don't want to be here for that. Because he looks at the nurse. She will try to escape, I'm assuming.
The nurse reloads the shotgun.
Just a fair warning.
Thank you for the warning. I'll let the other nerf staff know to keep their calm time friends.
Shoal pauses and then goes, "Do not, under any circumstances, tell her I told you that. Please."
As
You
we
know
all
how
turn and
nurses are
see down the hall as she is just glaring at you.
She's unconscious right now, so it's fine.
It's her. She could absolutely be conscious again already.
Yeah, monks. Yeah, monks are scary. Monks can metabolize stuff faster than normal people.
Not that fast. First save, she's got like an hour.
So you guys realize that nurses all have something wrong with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's something slightly evil about a nurse. Because
Yeah.
I've never met a nurse that doesn't find joy in sticking somebody with a needle. You get this brief flash in their face, like there's this moment where they're considering telling it just for their own or their own amusement, but it washes away, and
So,
the nurse just happily goes, "Okay."
as somebody
Thank
that
you.
worked
Thank you.
security at a nursing school, I will say,
Oh lord.
they don't start that way. But as soon as they start dealing with patients, then they become that way.
Have you
Is it
met
ac-
people?
Is it actually the same thing as being a healer in an MMO?
Yes.
I think it would
Yes.
actually be the same thing as being a healer in an MMO. You know what? No, at this point, you fucking deserve this.
Yes. Like that's why I was like, well, have you met people?
Yes, because I've been a healer in an MMO. And for some odd reason, I like it, which is why I understand why nurses are so bloody sadistic. But at the same time, I still need to warn them that I'm needlephobic and will pass out if you show it to me too brightly or too notably.
At least you warned them.
The last nurse I had, the last time I went to the doctor and had a nurse, I told her I was needlephobic, and she went, no worries, I am too. This is why I like sticking other people. Just look away now. And I was like, okay, I like this one. She can stay.
I believe that's... I know there's a specific term for being
Schadenfreude?
afraid of needles.
Oh, no.
I've always just called it needlephobic. And yes, this is from a heavily tattooed guy that since I got an IV put in me less than a week ago, this tattoo was kind of hell. I had to keep on looking away because I kept on having these many moments of, oh my god, a needle's going into me.
Trypanophobia.
Yeah. Also, pardon me, guys. I have to use the bathroom. I'm sorry.
Go use bathroom. Should we take mini break?
That's probably a good idea.
Everybody stand. Get water, stand, stretch, breathe. I'm going to play the song because it's in my chat. So that way everybody on my stream can hear the song that I wrote about Zim being cute. And I don't have to listen to it because I'm going to walk away. It's going to be in recording, Zim.
Not on mine.
Hold on, I gotta unmute the video because I have auto mute on. Here you go, chat. Enjoy.
I hate the stall blob.
Oh no, which one?
Clefable.
Oh no.
There, I played the
Testing
song.
and
It's recorded now.
minimize.
Where did this come from?
Oh, I've been doing randomizer things while this has been going on.
Yeah, he's got like the Pokemon game in the corner of his screen.
Yeah, something I can very easily, no longer pay attention to when Dr. Volt is around and involved.
Yeah. Turn-based combat. Also, look back.
Thank you. Apologies.
You're fine.
You're fine.
It gave me a chance to go ahead and play Zim is Cute over on my stream, which will be forever recorded and soon on my YouTube, so that way people can hear it, even though Discord apparently really cuts out a bunch of the guitar sounds that I make.
Oh. Yeah, Discord is not kind to instruments.
Fortunate, but that's fine. It exists now. And now Zim can't deny there has been a song written about his cuteness.
It's not on one of my recordings.
Oh, honey, I can get it on one of your recordings.
Also, y'all are all cute. All of you.
All
Cute.
right. So
So are you.
where were we,
Please.
by the way?
We just
Uh,
finished being at the hospital.
leaving. Yeah, leaving the hospital with extreme haste.
Before things that may or may not occur. Where were you guys going, by the way?
Well, after we leave, Last is going to ask if we would like to finally prepare ourselves and go on these missions, because we're somewhat running out of time on our deadline to actually start them.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
I mean, we've got 28 days to actually start them, and it's like, it's been a week?
Something like that, yeah.
24 days, but yes.
Okay. So we still at least have another week.
If the team wishes to stay for another week.
Fret will scribble out. Dr. Volt, do you have any projects that you need to finish?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, you said? Okay. The first part cut out for me.
Oh, yes. Not at the moment.
Fret will look at the rest of the group.
Paint sends an image of his college. And him walking to it.
Paint wants class.
I suppose it can't hurt to wait a little longer.
Paint has a different
That's-
plan regarding all that.
Really? I'm curious. Out of character.
Well, you'll have to wait and see.
Darn it. Well, I mean, if we aren't leaving yet, the least that Last can do is tell his boss that he and Foof will be leaving soon-ish on a mission.
Your boss appreciates you warning her in advance. So it sounds like you guys got a week to kill. Does anybody want to do anything particular other than paint in this week?
Fret would like to do some world mirroring.
Oh, what about this time?
Having been reminded of family, Fret's gonna world mirror up New Eden and his closer family.
Definitely do that. Also, you're being booped last.
Oh.
Boop. And the adorable sound cometh. Yeah, you can absolutely go look at your family.
Oh.
It's like this is what the world mirrors for. Surprise! Anybody else want to do anything in particular?
I mean, I guess Dr. Volt is going to be helping people with various brain-related experiments in the meantime.
Have fun poking brains. It's amazing how many people are willing to have your brain poked when you're not exactly afraid of dying.
Oh. That's terrifying.
Isn't it though? Hey, Paint. You got your
Yes.
college. You wanted to do something special.
Yes. He is going into the... I cannot think of the term for them. Crap. The person where he goes and sets up what he is taking.
Registrar?
Yes. No,
I don't know why that
just
word came
actually...
to my brain.
That's the one that actually is like, you know, registers you, but not necessarily for classes and scheduling. Either way, you all
You
know
mean
who I'm going to.
The counselor's office?
Yes, that one.
Student affairs?
Either way, he wants to sign up for a new course.
You're going to... Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be your advisor, the guy that... The snaky guy. What class do you want to sign up for?
He is just going to scratch out onto a paper therapy.
Let me find that spreadsheet really quickly because I need it. And your advisor will say, sure, we can start that next semester. Did you want to replace one of your things, or are you adding on?
He sneezes at the second part and shakes his head as the first.
Let me add a note for myself here. Do you want a minor, or are you just wanting to take a few classes?
He looks... I'm sure this guy's got his own diplomas on the wall behind him.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna kind of look at past him at those and raise a paw to point at them.
Well, some of these are majors, some of these are minors. I have two majors. Major means that big thing, and minor means a little thing, passing. A doctorate is a higher level.
He sneezes at that one.
Oh boy, you're going to be putting on quite the load. Are you sure about that?
Sneezes.
I will start working out a college course, and you wish to keep everything else, correct?
Sneezes.
All right.
And other than that, that was all he wanted to do.
All right.
But
Well,
if we
you
are
guys got a
spending the
week
whole
to-
week, then yeah, he'll do the standard, 40 hours and stuff.
Okay, I'm going to be right back really quickly because food has arrived and I want. And we will continue after.
Oh, I want to make one more thing just kind of clear about me doing this Pokemon thing while this is going on. I specifically set it up in a way that I'm not having to think while I do it. I'm just having to mash A to get progress for the randomizer.
Oh no, I understand. I mean, I go and do some daily gathering stuff on Guild Wars sometimes during my tabletop, so I understand how it is.
Oh yeah.
I can't say anything
It's like-
myself. Nobody can.
Yeah, it's just idle stuff that you do when you're not active on the scene.
Yep.
This is part of why me doing notes is a good thing.
Yep. So just remember that it's okay to do side things during games as long as that side thing isn't taking all of your focus.
As long as you're still paying
Yeah.
attention.
Like, if you can respond to what's going on in the current scene without needing a recap, you're fine. If you need a recap, it's your own issue.
I mean,
Yeah.
that happens to me sometimes, even when I'm not doing a side thing.
That's
That's
fine
different.
as... Yeah, it's a different thing. It's... when it's constantly happening, but like sometimes
No, I
I'm
mean
just-
I'm just more or less making a joke about the fact that ADHD is awful.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna bring up.
But there's a difference between that and somebody's so involved in a game that they cuss in the middle of your session. Everybody looks over, and then you ask for their opinion, and they have no idea what's been going on for the last 30 minutes. After all, I literally can't say anything because there was a D&D session where I was actively raiding at the same time because I was so unneeded that I was just raiding in the background of Final Fantasy 14 on a call with Varien.
Yeah. Yeah, you. Well, how did you set it up to where you were in 2 different calls like that? That was wild.
Mobile and my PC.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah.
There's
Good
a
times.
puppy on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Sorry, I may or may not be shoving food in my mouth quickly.
Don't give yourself
This is fine.
indigestion.
Paint is going to
Normalize
become
eating on stream.
Yes, normalize eating on stream and I won't get indigestion. I'm a dragon. I eat things fast all the time. It's fine.
I got a big bowl of rice and with some chimneys. I wasn't planning on the rice, but then, you know, there was extra rice, so I'm like, sure, I'll mix it in with the chimneys.
Ooh, thanks for reminding me. There's a clearance box of rice in the frozen aisle at my store. I need to grab it.
But yes, Paint shall become Dr. Lawyer. Therapy doggo at law.
Doctor, lawyer, doctor.
It's not going to finish.
Is he breaking out for anybody else?
Yep.
Yeah, you broke up really bad for me.
Discord
Did
ate
I?
what Era was saying.
It's probably because I'm munching away. I said Paint's going to be in college for this entire game. This game's going to end before he's out.
Yeah, like as a instructor at a technical college, the concept of what you just started has me internally screaming.
Yeah. If somebody did 6 years of college, I'm sorry, man.
Hey, hey. I'm just gonna point out that time is subjective in this city, so he may go off one day, and to him, 6 years has passed, and for the rest of them, it's only been a day.
Okay,
Oh,
but here's
man.
the important question. Does this not mean that Paint can get this done in less than 1 year?
He can, but man, that's going to suck.
No, because he's a dog.
I'm not
Oh,
touching this.
7 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Dog years.
But wouldn't Paint miss going home?
But yeah, the
He would.
oh god. The big problem is brain capacity of eventually you're just not gonna be able to shove any more information in.
This sounds like a sitcom that happens on the side of this game called Paint the College Years. The intro
Oh.
starts out with Paint packing up to go to college and goes off and then shows back up a day later in canon, but in the thing it just shows all his college adventures for a year.
No. Paint in the class.
And now it has a name. Got it.
So, are we starting a
Okay.
Recaller side game now?
No.
Oh lord.
All right. So you guys have a date, and I'm assuming you're gonna go and get Dextral.
Yes. Dextral is going to be retrieved from, I guess, the training grounds?
Yes, the poor cough looks a little bit more portly than he did before.
Greetings. Are you well?
Fine. Assume I didn't get my raise.
No, you should have gotten it.
You sure?
Yes.
And this is when out of character people remember that now that that paperwork is never submitted.
I'm pretty sure Lost submitted that stuff.
I don't think so. Am I wrong?
Like at some point or another, Lost submitted the rank up paperwork and made sure to tell Arabane and people.
I don't recall this.
I don't either.
I don't
Like,
recall paperwork in the first place.
I literally don't think it happened. I think it got forgotten. That's in my notes. I literally have that it's forgotten right now.
Should not have been.
I remember last doing the paperwork.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I distinctly remember it being mentioned at some point while
was-
things were going on, but I don't know what all. Yeah.
yeah, I mentioned that Last was going to do the paperwork, but we never went into detail about it. It was just that, oh yeah, he put in the paperwork for stuff.
I remember it getting mentioned that you were putting in paperwork specifically to report in and get your finances straightened. I don't remember the Dextral's paperwork getting submitted. Because your guys' rank up is specifically because 2 thought you were ready for rank up, not because of any filed paperwork. Hey, chats, does anybody remember if Last Lost ever put in Dextral's paperwork?
It would only have been mentioned almost offhand.
Actually, for realism, yeah, this situation with the non-submitted paperwork happens, then cue the Lavender Town music.
This discussion happened just as I entered Lavender Town.
Oh.
Well, screw it. Somebody roll percentiles.
Roll percentiles
88.
to see if you.
Okay. It hasn't processed yet because I'm not changing my canon right now.
That is A-okay.
Dextral will shrug and be like, I haven't gotten any information yet. But I assume this means that we have a venture to go forth on?
2 of them. We'll be doing them one at a time. The more pressing one takes us here. And he's going
And it
to...
involves recon on people and civilizations.
Oh, thank God I finally get to do something other than be a emotional support brick.
Are you telling me
I
you didn't...
thought you might enjoy knowing this fact.
Are you telling me you didn't enjoy getting to go see those other cultures?
All but the seabound one. I don't exactly like being a waterlog.
I'm sure there were plenty of things on the surface for you to see.
A lot of water. A whole lot of water.
Well, this mission in particular will take great use of your skills. We'll be counting on you.
And when were you planning on leaving?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Oh, Well, I guess we're leaving now then.
Fred holds up a finger. Fred scribbles out, but I was going to go buy some things first.
Or not exactly now, I suppose.
Go shopping. I'll meet you by
Fred
the
will
front gate.
scribble out. When, for everyone else, we need disguise kits.
What, pray tell, are you gonna disguise me as?
Last seems a bit confused because we all have hats of disguise.
This is also true.
Oh, hat of wait, I thought that
Yeah, we were all
was-
given them. They were part of our starter pack.
Okay, yeah,
We were
okay,
all-
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not like having a disguise kit on
Damn,
top of that's a
Fred
bad
doesn't
idea.
get- Yeah.
Fred doesn't get.
Because circumstance bonuses. But it's fine. It's fine.
We didn't hear most of that. At least I didn't. I heard.
I heard
circumstance
something
bonus.
about circumstance bonuses.
Yeah.
Well, my connection is going very bad. It is bad stormy here.
As someone who loves storms, I think a bad storm is a good storm.
Yeah, it is kind of.
Unless it knocks out my
but it's
power,
also
in which
awful.
case it's an asshole.
But yeah, we can continue. It's fine.
Okay. I know that you said something about a circumstance bonus. Do you care to repeat that?
It was in response to what you were saying as I was saying that. But it might have been delayed.
Oh, I mean, you could still go get a disguise kit. Having a disguise kit does not impede a disguise or a hat of disguise. Just to put it out there.
It's true. And it might be useful if we lose the hat. At least for some of us.
Yeah.
Some of us, it probably wouldn't matter. Gestures to self.
But yeah, so Fred will go buy a disguise kit. It's got 10 uses.
Okay.
It's 50 scales.
Last just asked that you keep track of the amount so we can get reimbursed.
Yep. Yeah. There we go.
And I assume off you guys go.
Off to Threshold.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of souls.
I mean, I wouldn't call the gnome that stands by the gate most of the day a wizard.
Oh no, I was talking
I'm
about
pretty
for
sure
the
he's
mission.
just an irritated gnome.
I don't know if I would call the wizards that we might meet on that world wonderful.
No, we're going to meet the wizard pope.
So as per normal, you guys make it to the gate, you gotta sign out, and that gnome is there. He eyes a certain member of your party, or very... Well, he's not even being nonchalant about it. He's definitely giving Fred the look.
Fred looks mildly concerned.
It's like he's waiting for something to happen. But if Fred isn't doing anything this time, everybody can just sign out and he'll watch you all leave.
Fret will pull a stone out of his bag and offer it to the guy.
The guy squints so heavily and then goes, "Why?"
Fret shrugs.
He has decided not to take it because there is an inherent danger of that rock or that stone. Who knows what weird thing's going to happen if he touches it?
Fret looks so sad.
He's waiting to be pranked, but it's not
Fret will
coming.
put it back in his bag. No, it was Fret was just offering him a whetstone.
I know. But he is expecting you to prank him because we tried to prank him several times, and as a gnome, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
His prank senses were tingling.
Because he's a gnome, he expected that to be a prank, and the fact that it wasn't makes it worse. But he doesn't know that wasn't yet.
Yeah. Though it's kind of funny, legitimately, almost all of the pranks so far have been turnarounds of his own pranks.
Pranks that he doesn't even want to do. He just does because he's expected to. The gnomes.
Oh, Fret suddenly does the raise one finger looking like he has a sudden realization. Pulls a rubber ducky out of his bag and sets it on the table.
The gnome's gonna back away from it like it's a bomb.
Paint's grabbing the ducky. Choo choo choo.
It squeaked.
Oh no.
The gnome still looks terrified, like the rubber ducky is going to explode, and then does the shooing motion for you guys to go on your mission already. That whole you get out of here, get thing from the as far away from the rubber ducky as he feels he can be.
Fret just waves farewell.
Bring a rubber ducky into my presence. How dare! So you guys are going to bounce to this particular star. And this particular star, when you get there, actually has a very awkward blue hue as you get to the edge of the sphere. I assume you're going to send Dextrel off to do the investigation for you while you guys stay out here.
Can I ask something? How does a blue hue become awkward?
Because it feels like a cool
Well,
color,
if
but it's
all
actually
of them are
making warm.
clear.
Ah,
Seeing blue shadows is weird.
Oh.
And you could probably also roll a knowledge, if you cared to, Dr. Volt, on why this may be important.
okay, give me a second.
How about knowledge planes also?
That will be acceptable.
Yeah, that's not the best roll I've ever made.
Well, yeah, but this is Pathfinder.
That is
You're still
only-
gonna get a 30.
It's only actually an 18.
What?
Actually not good enough.
Mm,
Also, Fred, don't forget to add an inspiration point to yourself, and people that have low HP, feel free to go ahead and refund
Guidance.
yourself HP. Guidance!
Enjoy your +1.
Oh, right, we left. Do we get an inspiration?
Yes. That's why I'm reminding people that you should have at least one, if not 2 inspiration right now.
I have.
all right.
And to,
Yeah,
fill your HP bars.
There you go.
Okay. Well, Fred's gonna burn one of those inspiration to re-roll that because that's
Okay.
an awful roll.
Okay.
Because I want to know.
It's not letting me update.
Oh,
It's not. Try
oh, it
refreshing the
expired
tab.
for me.
I've
Yeah.
been refreshing and it's...
You might have to close it and reopen it. Here, let me see. There's dash. There it is. Here. Have a new link.
That link is just giving me a white screen.
Okay, so that's a 16.
16's not going to give you much. Here, let me try. I'll do a force regen. Try that link. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry. No to the 16.
Yeah.
There it goes.
The downside to having garbage.
Yep.
Rip, Vari.
My fire.
I still heard him this time, at least. All right. As I clear my throat.
Ow.
Don't
No,
die.
you guys are out here in what is bathed in the light of the blue star at the edge of this sphere, looking in as Dextral will go ahead and take himself in, leaving you guys once again the outside. I believe everybody in here is technically a caster, correct?
Yeah.
I want you all to roll a percentile. Or excuse me, a perception. Not percentile, perception.
Bet.
Is Kineticist actually considered a caster?
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
Oh, only a 7, guys. So
29.
That's,
Okay.
20.
22.
I
24.
heard 20, 22, 24. I meant perception key.
Flat 20.
Okay.
And then, Taigo, what'd you say yours was?
29.
I think everybody's going to get this one.
Oh, right, I have it. 16.
Okay. So everybody but Last and Lost is going to pick up on this. I'm sorry, Last.
Okay.
As you guys are out there, you guys notice that there's the arcane casters, specifically in this party, seem to have some sort of trail pulling off of them, and it takes you guys very little time to realize that this light from the sun is actively pushing arcane energy away from it.
Oh.
This star is shedding arcane energy.
That's probably bad, right?
At the very least, it is certainly abnormal. But if I remember from the notes we were given, that something mages do not happen naturally within this world, well, I think we may have found a reason why.
Do you guys want to do anything specific while you wait out here for this time?
We're just sitting out here waiting, right?
Yep.
Paint will nom on one of the treats that Last prepared.
Shoal is gonna pull out some dice.
Shoal's gonna play a dice game.
Joel's just gonna roll a dice around, or a die around.
Oh, he's doing the
Is that right?
cat paw at a dice.
Yep, he's just smacking a single die around.
Last pulls out a prepared cheese snake. He's going to cut it into slices for everybody.
I was about to say, you have Shoal's immediate attention.
So Fret is going to just kind of have a seat on the kind of the threshold of the sphere, and just pull out his katana and hold it up to the light of radiating off of the sphere, and
I
just
see.
watch how it interacts.
It's going to take a while, but it will also exhaust. Just like you do. So you guys wait the 24 hours. Nothing in particular happens other than this exhaustion. This weird pressing out seems to not be too bad on you guys, because you guys are natural casters and know what the heck you're doing, while if you weren't aware of this particular pressure, some of you might be losing spell slots right now. But thankfully enough, the party rolled high enough to notice that this is happening, so you can guard against it fairly easily and not sit here and have your magic blown away in the astral winds. Wouldn't that have been funny?
No.
But you jerks have to roll high on me, and I can't have any fun.
What did you expect?
So we retain prepared spells and such, or
Yes, you're not actively going to be losing spell slots for the time being.
what exactly are you? Okay.
Specifically, I had it set where if y'all didn't roll a good perception check, nobody would notice that you're exhausting or having this effect happen against you guys. And I was going to start sending out secret messages about how many spell slots you guys lost today.
Yeah.
But no, everybody has to roll above a 20 except for last. Squint.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, last is new to the having magic thing.
True. Specifically, it was only going to affect the arcane casters.
Oh, Shoal's not worried about that then.
So that would be that would be just Volt and
Yes.
Fret,
Yep.
because we've got psionic and divine otherwise.
Yep. Still, that would have sucked.
Oh, is that what
But no.
kineticist is considered? Psionic?
Yeah.
Oh, good
Yeah.
to know.
It's as close to psionic as it can get, because it. I think the explanation, at least in the books, is you effectively have an elemental gateway.
Yeah, something like that. I'd have to reread it. One way or the other, Dextral will come back after the 24-hour period, and he offers over, quite proudly, a notebook.
Fret will enthusiastically take the notebook and begin flipping through it.
Oh, you brought him right into his element. He doesn't only has sketches of the primary race, which are slightly hunched forward type humanoids that you're not sure were every omnivorous. You're pretty sure that these were carnivorous. You can't really stick it to a particular animal, but you can tell that they're still hunched forward. They wear some level of clothing, but detailed sketches of their pets as well as other animals that are around, as well as service animals, as well as doodles of the current festival going on and the culture. This is like a comprehensive guide that is ready to go, including mannerisms, politenesses, and specific notes that seem to indicate that people are kind of jerks to each other around here to watch yourself, because apparently this is a culture that believes that if something bad happens to you, you probably fucking deserved it. Dextral has your back on this one. He's got everything you need. He looks quite proud of himself.
Well, Dextro, all praise Yeah, sorry, words. All praise where it is due. Thank you. This will be excellently helpful down there.
Good. Hopefully it'll get me the promotion I asked for, so that way when I seed, I don't seed awkwardly. I really would like to have some branches. Instead, I'm just getting round.
I could swear I put that paperwork in early. Then again, with everything going on in the city, this doesn't surprise me.
But let me know when you're done with your disguises. I will bring you all down. They do have money, just bear in mind that it's interesting.
Last holds up a hand to just sort of stop Dextral for a moment. Were you able to find the building that we indicated?
Oh, quite easily. It's way off in the slums. Fairly easy to find, actually, as it's the only solid stone building in that area. Everything else seems to be made out of junk.
Was the chimney smoking?
Not currently. From what I witnessed, the smoke only happened at night, but it was not smoking white. There is a large fair going on, though.
So long as the smoke is going at all, then we aren't terribly too far off. So it should be safe for us to go down.
Possibly. I do recommend getting your hands on some money, though. Those left in the streets don't have a very good time at night.
I figured, given the information we were given.
I also may recommend against detecting for evil. If what I witnessed gives me any good vibes about who is good and who is not,
He says to the paladin who can do so at will.
hey, he's trying to warn you.
Oh yeah.
Fret has a delighted gleam in his eyes as he begins opening up his disguise kit and beginning to prepare it to help aid people with disguising.
Yep, bear in mind that Dextral does give a bonus to all attempts to look like or imitate these people's sociology at any level, so this includes disguises and or what have you, the rest of it. Do you want to roll your disguise? Fret?
Yeah. But also everybody gets a +2 from this, and this is what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uses of it. So half of my disguise kit.
Yep.
And since we know what their beasts of burden and their pets look like, we have suitable disguises to use for Paint and Shoal.
Yep, so it's up to them. Do they wish to be pets or do they wish to be beasts of burden when they go down?
Shoal hates this option.
Paint wants to look at the sketches.
All right.
Study them closely.
Any particular details you're looking for?
Probably something close to a canine.
I mean,
Or at least his
shrug
own
its a little.
size.
Getting to your size is not the problem. Getting to something canine is a little bit more questionable. You're not exactly sure what the pet-like animals are supposed to be, but I guess these people find them cute. At least they're about the right size. It's better than the beast of burden. Most of them look like donkeys, except if they made them into oxen.
Paint will put his paw on one of them. Oh no, new canvas.
Oh no. So what you choosing, Shoal? Or are you going to try and walk around on your hind legs for an entire adventure?
Absolutely fucking not. Shoal does not have the spine for that.
So do you wish to be a pet or a beast of burden?
probably a pet, because Shoal is not going to be a beast of burden.
Lol.
It's just going to be an abnormally large cat or some sort of feline. I guess with his little disguised doodad.
Oh, poor Shoal.
He doesn't have to be a dog.
He doesn't have to be a dog yet.
Shoal will immediately get himself rejected from the sphere if he has to be a dog.
Oh.
Thankfully enough, the animals that you're seeing as pets here do not classify as one or the other as far as you're concerned. They are strange creatures that are probably closer to a Marten than anything else, really. Even then, that's a stretch. Yes, that was a pun.
Acceptable. Barely.
I don't know. I think Rdyjin has decided you're going to be a beast of burden.
Rdyjin. I do not appreciate it if I'm being made into a beast of burden.
Rdyjin, you play a dangerous game. Though to be fair, Shoal is a bit more beast of burden sized than they are a pet sized.
Correct, but Shoal is also not a beast of burden.
Have you ever seen an Irish wolfhound?
Outlier.
Alligators.
They
Technically
aren't in
not a
Florida.
No, you can get them in South Carolina.
pet. You can, but they're
Yeah, they're everywhere down here. Well, not quite as everywhere as Florida, but I could probably go off into the woods and find one.
You shouldn't have them as pets. Just saying.
Well, I mean,
They're-
obviously, if you're a
Rdyjin
terrible
says
pet
hi.
owner,
Who says
and
hi?
Rdyjin says hi to Viv.
trust me, I can see it.
Oh.
And you're pulling Shrek!
Oh, geez. I'm not touching this one. Moving on. Let's go.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna put a head out for Rydjin's hands.
Okay, so
So Paint and Shoal are both choosing to look like pets.
Yes.
Well, before he gets started on his disguise, or Fred starts on disguising him, Last
Mhm.
is going to ask where Dex suggests we should get our money.
Dex shrugs. Then says, if you're brave, you can always try thievery.
Stairs.
Dex puts a hand to his chest and goes, it's not my fault that we don't have good way of accurately, without mimicking and stealing from them, their money, without literally stealing from them. Remember, when we leave...
Anything from the world remains behind, except for a few select things.
Joke's on you, Rydjin has paws.
There you go, Shoal. He has paws, not hands.
okay, so with all the bonuses included, Fret is disguising at a plus 23.
Is that with the head of disguise?
Yeah.
Okay. People get ready to write down your numbers because these might actually be, or this might become important.
Okay, Fret's doing himself first.
Dexter will quip, would you rather me to go down and try and get some money for you?
Could you even do so undetected?
Probably not.
Then it's best you stay out of harm's way.
I'm just saying, if I saw something like me in my mortal life pop out and make a jump for me, I'd probably just scream.
All the more reason we should probably keep you here. As entertaining as your suggestion is, We would be ill-advised in putting you in unnecessary danger. Or have you perhaps swapped personalities with one of the other Koff we were looking at all those days ago?
Oh, trust me, I have not. You asked me what I could do about it, so I gave you an answer. It's not an answer I actually have any interest in doing, but it is an option.
Paint is
Well-
studying the notes that Destral brought back, by the way.
Yep.
He's looking for plants now. Specifically trees.
There's
Why?
That is a good question. Why? Dextral hasn't really given you too many notes on any plants that they're not eating.
I know why.
I'll leave it as a
What?
surprise. But go ahead.
Nope, I won't say anything.
I mean, if you know why, I'm curious if you know what it is.
Well, I mean, what do Koff disguise themselves as? They look like big old shadow trees, don't they?
Oh, I thought that was just Dextral in particular, not every single one of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're drake-shaped darkwood trees.
I was unaware of this fact. So no,
Yep,
that's not
what
why.
Copper-
Oh, well, I mean, the only other reason I can think of is so Paint knows the things he's allowed to pee on.
Nope.
That's it, isn't it?
Well, then I'm stumped.
Vari, what are you getting for numbers right now?
I am posting them in game channel thing.
Are you? All right, let me look.
No yawn. No tired. Kenku,
Oh, I'm
thank you for
tired
that
now.
resub and your 20 months of support.
Kenku
But no
just
tired.
subscribed for 20 months. 20
Hat of Disguise is plus 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking that into account.
Oh, you're rolling for all of us because you're disguised.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I have a plus 13 to begin with. Unless somebody has better and wants to do it.
I don't think anybody else has better. I don't think anybody else has the skill.
Wait, I'm
And
looking at the recallers of the Lost Game related. I'm not seeing it.
He hasn't posted it yet.
Oh, okay.
no, in
It's in Tabletop
the
Sim.
no, I've got it in the tabletop sim.
Oh,
You do? Oh, I don't have access. I don't have that chat on.
27, 30, 27, 31, and this one is
Oh, son of a gun.
37
37.
for paint. Paint, you're the best.
Well, Paint's going to ruin it right away by going and peeing on the tree.
Nope.
I actually don't know why he wants to know about trees so bad. Everybody make sure to note down your disguises because this is your disguise unless it is changed, removed, or updated. This is important. Do you have any other questions before Dextro brings you guys down to the city?
How badly is Paint about to get mauled? He is, pouncing on Shoal.
What?
Are you sure about that?
He's getting into character. He's seen pets behave that way.
Oh no.
Viv has gone silent. This is a bad thing.
I'm debating exactly what I'm going to do to Paint.
No killing each other in the nothing, please.
Well, if I can't kill Paint, that significantly lowers what I can do. So instead, Shoal is gonna bring out a bag of caltrops.
Oh no.
Shoal, what is that?
A deterrent.
Please do not waste resources on such a thing.
Squin.
We might need those if we get chased.
I have more.
We might need all of them if we get chased.
That's what the marbles are for.
And the marbles.
Look, if we need all of that, you guys fucked up enough that I'm just gonna go as fast as I can.
But just imagine sending an assailant tripping over so they fall into all the caltrops.
Yes, but I have several bags of these.
I have a question about these marbles. What is the volume of these marbles?
Supposedly enough to
Not
fill a
loud.
with where?
Vari
But
knew what I
also,
was
yes.
thinking.
But also, yes, loud. They scream loudly. It echoes.
Okay, I'm going to bed.
You started this, Sarah.
I technically did not.
Yeah, you did.
I just allowed this to happen.
So you started it. Got it. It's your fault.
Okay.
Actually, I do have a mechanical question.
Yes.
So Paint did get that thing of intel or Constitution. Does that increase his HP?
If your HP is, or if your bonus to Constitution has gone up by 1, then your HP would go up by 1 for every level.
Okay, even though it's a magic item causing it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you lose that magic item or something dwarfs it, your HP goes down by 1 per every level.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just lose. You would just lose the bonus if you lose the item.
Yep.
Wanted to make sure.
My roommate is calling me.
Yep.
Dear
Oh,
client.
no?
Hold on.
It's Rodney. I don't give a shit. You can message me on Discord. Oh.
Viv, you're such a kind friend.
I have to live with him.
True.
And he eats my ice cream, so he can go fuck himself.
Wow.
Any other questions, comments, concerns before you go down there?
Fret will scribble out. Hey Dextrel, I have a book that you should probably hang on to while I'm in this world.
He will head
Don't read
tilt.
it.
He'll look concerned. I guess I can hold on to things for you.
Fret
Is it
will pull
another
a
one?
book out of his bag.
It's the danger book.
Fret nods. Fret scribbles out. I don't know what would happen if Astral Wind was to do things to it.
Yeah.
It is arcane magic.
I'll make sure to keep this shielded best I can, then. Immediately shoves it in the shadow cache. There.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Are you all ready?
As ready as we're going to get.
Fret gives the second thumbs up.
Remember, everyone, first order of business is finding some money. Actually looks at Shoal and Paint. He deeply regrets what he's thinking right now.
How dare you look at me like that?
He's not saying anything.
Going once, going twice, and sold. He'll gather you all up, and he will bring you guys down to the sphere. When your guys get pulled out of the shadow in a back alley, you guys find yourselves, well, in the alleyway, but you can hear the city streets not too far from you. It sounds busy. You can hear the sounds of a festival going on, the music, the people shouting, the booths. And it takes you little time to look over and see how busy is. This is a country all gathering in one city, and boy is it packed, shoulder to shoulder in some areas. You see people walking through the alleyways occasionally, just trying to avoid the hustle and bustle. You can imagine why murders happen in this kind of situation. Some of them are probably not even intentional. You smell food, you hear music, and everything is moving. Welcome to the fair. Good luck.
Oh, random flavor question. So, with disguise, what does Last Lost look like? Is he just a dude in like a really heavy armor?
That's vaguely up to you guys on how you wish to flavor it specifically towards your characters. The hats of disguise do allow you to change race as long as you stay within your category, or I believe it's one size smaller.
Random flavor question. Nacho cheese or Cool Ranch?
Cool Ranch.
Cool Ranch.
Um,
If I could get the dill pickle, I would.
Sour cream and onion.
Talking about Doritos here.
Oh. Well, I mean... Eh. I guess
Varien
not
then,
too
too.
cheese.
But first order of business, what do you guys want to do? Dextrel does very quickly ask when he thinks he has the moment to do so. Do you guys wish me to stick near, or do you wish me to go poke at things?
Don't stray terribly far, but I won't constrain you to my shadow.
Fair enough. Just remember, if somebody's rude to you, be rude back immediately. And matter of fact, just be rude first. Ta-ta!
Man, you really should have let Shoal be a humanoid for this. He'd fit right in.
It's funnier to make the rest of the party do it.
It is. I'm too good at it.
Glass just puts his hands on his hips and sighs. Wonderful.
Well, I can always relay. Insults to Fret.
Well, it would be helpful if you could throw your voice. Then Fret wouldn't have to worry about not having his own.
Well, I wouldn't even know how to start to learn how to do that. Arrow, what would I need
Fret
to do
will
that?
Bluff check.
scribble out on his
Oh, that's never gonna happen.
chalkboard ventriloquism.
Well, I know what it's called, but
There's a spell.
can I learn that?
Mm.
Trill. Wisdom. EFSRD. Do.
It's a bard
Nope.
spell.
I cannot learn it. You can't throw a voice. You don't have one.
Yeah, sure you can learn it. You just have to buy it.
Paint will find a way to get Fred's voice back. One day.
All right.
So yeah, Fred just kind of puts a hand the scabbard of his katana, and just kind of decides to stroll into wherever the alleyway leads to.
So you're
Taking plan.
leaving. So you're just leaving the alley and walking through the crowd?
Well, of course, with one hand on weapon, just in case.
Understood. Are people following?
Shoal is.
Yeah, the moment Last notices this, he just starts walking after Fret at a brisk pace.
You guys push into the crowds. It's bustling. You can hear people hawking their wares from all over the place. Definitely smell that food. People themselves don't smell great, though. But what do you expect in a giant festival like this? Any particular destination for you guys right now?
Yes, any trees nearby.
From this area, surprisingly, no.
Okay. But Paint is keeping an eye out for trees.
I'm aware.
Weird ass dog.
Are there any guidestone type locations?
Information booths?
Mhm.
It is not hard to find somebody that's hawking maps.
Which we would need money for.
Yes,
Which we do not have.
currently.
Well, let's
Roll
see
perception,
here.
though, for me, people.
Okay.
$21.
24.
Oh, no, 22.
16.
I didn't know you could roll that.
25.
That's what we call the Nat 1 era.
I see.
25.
15.
It isn't hard for all of you to already start to determine something very interesting. Everybody, despite being shoulder to shoulder, is acting a little bit on the shifty side, something that was noted by Dextral, as well as all the merchandise that people are selling is either in the seller's hand or is in some manner or fashion locked down.
In other words, this is the kind of neighborhood that has bars on all the windows.
Well, yes, because, if you don't lock it down, it was deserved to be stolen anyways, and it will probably disappear.
Lovely.
Which is both a good and bad thing. It means that if you manage to steal something, even if somebody sees you do it, no, they didn't. But on the downside, everybody's got their guard up.
Well, Fred is going to bond
Robot.
Yeah.
and tell him bump into one of these map sellers and distract him briefly for me.
Sure. Shoal is gonna
And then Fred will Wait until dude is distracted, and then try to snatch the map out of a dude's hand.
Okay, really quickly. Thank you so much, Toshime, for your 6 months. Appreciate you.
Considering that I have actually put points into a certain skill, Dr. Volt is going to aid another with this.
Okay.
Guidance.
Good to know. By the way, Shoal, when you bump into the man, I doubt a 13 hits your flat-footed
Okay, then.
AC.
Absolutely not.
Good, because he straight up goes to boot you.
That doesn't even hit my touch AC.
Nope, but he definitely tried to kick at you, and not nicely either. Go ahead and roll your aid another, Taigo.
I rolled a natural 20.
What's your total, Taiga?
That would be 25.
Fret, roll yours.
So, a sleight of hand. That was weird, but okay. Okay, that is... Okay. 12 plus... $14... That is a 26.
Understood, and let's see if he notices. No. He does not. You're going to be able to grab it and run back into the crowd very quickly. Much to the man's chagrin, who cusses and shouts thief, and nobody gives a damn. Because obviously he deserved it.
Is there anything I can knock off his table real quick?
You can just knock over his table.
I do so.
He's going to try and kick you again. He rolled worse. He misses.
What else of his can I knock over out of spite?
Vim!
Do you have a chair?
He does not have a chair. He had the table and everything was locked onto it.
Yeah, so Fret will retreat back.
I'm gonna do
You could, you could try knocking him over.
that would be like a bull rush, right?
Yeah, CMB.
I mean, his stats are shit enough. I might be able to get away with that.
But yeah, Viv, you're gonna get bonded by the quit fucking around. Come on, I got the thing.
He started it.
Technically, he didn't. Technically, you started it.
I didn't
Not
actually.
technically. There's no technicality about this.
No.
There's no technical.
He attacked first, therefore he started it.
You got in his personal space.
I'm a cat.
You
don't have personal
broke the
space around
non-aggression
me.
pact.
He doesn't know what a cat is. Cats don't exist here. They got the weird pet-like animal.
Era. I failed to see how that is my problem.
Are you going to try knock this man over or not?
Sure.
Roll your CMB
God,
versus his CMB.
Go for the ankles. Where's my dice? Where did I roll? There it is. $18.
Not enough.
Really?
Yep. Does a 20 hit your AC so he can finally kick you?
No.
This poor guy.
27.
Yes, you knock him over. Are you going to run away now, or are you going to keep on fighting with him?
I'm scampering away now. I got what I wanted out of this.
Good, because that poor guy's stash is going to be totally torn apart and stolen now, because he's down on the ground and can't stop anybody from stealing from him.
That sounds like a him problem. He shouldn't have kicked him.
He didn't actually
given,
successfully kick you once.
Given what's going on, Dr. Volt will help himself to some of the money there.
Roll a sleight of hand, please.
I mean, if everyone's going to be trying to steal from it, I mean, well, I only got 10.
You get one of their coins. And now you discover exactly why Dextro was warning you about the coins. This is obviously a tooth. Their money is teeth. You don't know what kind of creature it came from. It's probably not one of their own teeth, but they're using teeth as money.
I didn't realize we were going up against Warhammer
That's horrible.
orcs.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that they told me about that. It was such an extraneous detail, it just didn't come to mind. Just out of character sidebar, yes, the teeth money thing was mentioned, I just forgot about it till now.
Again, why are we dealing with magic using orcs from Warhammer?
To be fair, most of them aren't. They have to do super ritual things to use magic.
Same difference. Is their skin green, Era?
Navy blue.
Do they speak with any sort of a Cockney accent?
Actually, yes.
Orcs.
Spectacular.
Also not intentional. I know absolutely nothing about Warhammer 40k and have no interest in it.
It's not even Warhammer 40k. It's just orcs in the Warhammer universe, including fantasy. They use teeth as a currency.
Okay, you may not care about Warhammer, but you still got to learn about the orcs because
They're fun.
The orcs are-
honestly.
They're soccer hooligans.
Era. Let me ask you this: if you were to be some sort of stealthy orc, what color would you go for your armor for?
Obviously neon orange.
Yeah, you're actually like
Close.
not terribly far wrong. It's purple.
Yeah.
Because have you ever seen a purple orc?
Yeah, of course. That, and when you're stealthing as an orc, you don't roll a stealth, you roll an intimidate. I'm hiding! That guy's hiding. We can't see him.
As long as the way you say that, you're actually not wrong. Because do you know how they make their vehicles go faster? They paint
Shouting
them
at it?
red.
Do they at least add flames? Because of the flame decals actually make it faster, not the color.
That makes it go even faster.
That's turbo.
But yeah, but I mean the red ones go faster.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah,
There's nothing
they're-
wront about that statement.
If they believe it enough, it becomes real.
Whether or not this is detrimental to them, by the way.
Yes.
And they have no control or basically knowledge of this fact to begin with.
It's even funnier because there's a bunch of conspiracies about how the Emperor is only alive because the orcs think that he can't die at this point.
And like that they as they go up in rank, like within their orcish army, they get bigger because obviously the biggest one is in charge.
Well, obviously.
It is like entirely the stupidest logic ever that results in them being incredible.
Also, they one of their spaceships is literally just a giant rock. It's called the Ragnarok.
All right, now we're moving on.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got to thank Superior Comb. Thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Nice.
But yes,
Enjoy this detour into orcs. We're now moving on.
congratulations, you have one tooth. So you have one monies.
So can I let's say just steal teeth from people, beat them up, take their teeth?
That's a good question. You don't know where their money comes from right now.
Where's my pliers?
Gosh darn it.
I keep a pair of pliers in
Anyways.
my book bag, Vari.
Fred's raiding the alley to inspect map.
Is everybody following the person that just totally stole a map?
Yeah. Dur.
Yeah, why not?
As I'm
mean,
teasing
He didn't
Last.
steal the map. He just took it. And clearly the guy deserved it, so, you know, it wasn't stealing.
Obviously, he deserved it.
We looted the map because he started the fight.
personally, I don't see why we don't just find someone who is being a colossal dickwad and mug him.
The reason for that is because that would adequately describe a large number of the people here, I assume.
Which
That
means we
depends.
have our pick of the litter.
I mean, the paladin could always cast detect evil. Vari has a
It's free real
lovely.
estate.
Vari has a lovely map of the city. The map is going to go ahead and show majority of the fairgrounds and where most of the things are going on. You can see where all the games are, where the events are, where the people are being hung publicly for entertainment purposes, probably for whatever crime that they committed that they actually consider a crime in whatever is going on in this crazy city. Among other things, the music and the dancing and everything else. By the way, don't cringe at public executions. That was a thing that was literally a picnic worthy for many years. For most cultures. So,
As terrible as that is.
yes.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you think Shoal's gonna care about that? Nope.
Oh, this entire place just rubs Last the wrong way.
Excellent.
Yep, he's just doing his best to not be obstructive to the mission.
That's okay. You have the 3 gremlin members that are more than willing to be a problem.
To put it bluntly, right now, Last is just effectively the hired muscle bodyguard.
It's funny because you're literally a paladin in the evil city.
Oh, he hates it.
Hopefully nobody has detect good.
So, it's not
So-
even the evil thing that gets to him, because technically he's lawful neutral. Wait, is it lawful neutral or neutral good? No, he can't be good anymore, so it's lawful neutral. Yeah, it's
Yep.
just the sheer chaos that's getting to him.
I mean, that's just a busy city in general.
Meanwhile, Shoal fits right in.
So,
The
Fred,
Dr. Volt will explain to
in
Lost. What's
quiet
up,
of
Doc?
the alley.
All right.
Fred, in the quiet of the alley,
Mm-hmm.
will begin casting a spell. Ears of the City. With the subject matter being murders.
Can you send me that spell again? I need to look at that
Okay.
to remember all it does. Go ahead and explain your thing, Dr. Volt.
When lawlessness is the law of the land, then to follow the law is to be lawless.
That's a cute philosophy, but it's still chaos at its core.
Exactly, but we're not allowed to change it, so.
No, that's understandable. Our directive here is not to change this society. We're merely here to collect a lost soul. That does not, however, as he turns his head to look out into the crowd and probably sees a mugging occur.
Oh, you definitely see somebody get their lights punched out. All you know is it looks like somebody bumped into somebody else and they just cocked up and punched. Just done. And then continued walking. And this is considered normal here.
That does not, however, mean that I am not displeased with this place. What is pleasing is that the rest of you seem to be in your element in some fashion or another. After all, it's not the leader's place to always be front and center.
Yeah, so you cast the spell on the initial cast. You definitely get the flashes that you're looking for. A whole lot of them. This is a really easy place and time of year to, make people not live anymore or be visibly living, or look, it's a lot easier to get away with when there's a giant crowd of people. After all, things happen and people just disappear here and nobody questions it, right?
Okay, that is. Let's see. To start off, a 19 for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
A 30 for the second one.
Jiminy. Okay.
And for the third one, a 25.
Roll 3d4 for me so that way I get the hours out of the way. And then I'm going to have to tell you some things in private, I think. In the
Lord.
meantime,
Also,
leader.
hey,
Go ahead.
would one of y'all 3d4 for me because I'm lagging?
Somebody please roll for Vari.
That was not a roll. That literally just slid. That's a 4. A 4.
Jesus.
And a 4.
Okay, good to
You
know.
got 3 4s.
Jesus
What is your-
Christ.
What is your plan now, by the way?
Oh, Fred's plan?
No, everybody
Oh.
else's.
Oh, he's gonna be
You're-
the. Okay,
You're
okay,
busy.
okay.
What plan?
Yeah.
I ain't got no
Well-
direction for what you guys are going to do now. This is all you guys now. You're behind enemy lines. For the first time on your own.
Honestly, this is kind of the opposite of how last society worked. Well, he's not quite sure how to move easily. So his first thought is find a base of operations. Even if that includes having to make one out of an alleyway. All right. First things first. We need a place we can return to. Somewhere we can be relatively undisturbed. Preferably somewhere that isn't terribly far from our target. Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Fred is not a part of this because he's blank. Like he looks like, well, he's unseeing, but his eyes are open.
Fred's doing the magic thing.
Yes. Viv, I stole that and throw it through my server.
Oh, the greater sword?
Yes.
You're welcome.
This strikes me as the kind of place that would have some sort of local carrion bird. You know, like crows or something.
Plausibly, why for?
Dr. Volt just has kind of an idea.
You might want to explain the idea.
First off, I'm going to make a perception to see if I can see that there are any like crow or crow-like creatures around.
Okay. Why am I afraid this is going to lead to a pun?
No, this is not leading to a pun. This is actually leading to an idea that Dr. Volt has had. That is a 25.
As far as you can see, yes, you definitely see signs of birds up in the roofs and what have you. With as packed as things are, they don't seem to be interested in coming down right now.
So they're indifferent, you say?
As far as you can tell currently, yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Dr. Volt's going to be working on a thing.
Oh, da-da-da, do-da-da-do, ba-da-da-ba, where's the thing I'm looking for? You
So
said,
I gather
said they're
after-
indifferent.
Joke.
I'm concerned. And what were you about to say, Fred?
After a brief amount of time, Fred does snap back into being aware of his surroundings. And hastily begins scribbling out. So I found a location that we're going to need to target for things.
Okay.
I assume you'll explain.
Fred scribbles out, do I have to?
You could just point on the map, if that's fine.
Fred will kind of peer back out of the alley and get a kind of a rough guesstimation of their current location. And then does a little bit of mental math. And then points at the location on the map. Off to the side of the fairgrounds.
Alright, Era, I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of these birds within 30 feet?
Not currently.
Are you looking at the same spell I am?
Mine is a class ability, not a spell.
Ah.
I know what Viv's
Viv,
doing.
no
out there.
horrific gorging.
That's not a class ability. That's a Shoal ability.
Okay, I'll be completely straightforward with this at least. The spell Dr. Volt is looking at is animal purpose training.
Ah, see, Shoal was going to use wild empathy to increase their, to try and increase them from indifferent to perhaps liking us a bit more.
I mean, bring them food. They're birds. Great. My party is going to train the animals to attack the people. Got it.
Yes.
Attack? I was just going more with steal their shit.
You're going to teach the birds to rob people. Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're analogous with crows, they probably already know how to do that, so it's fine.
Fly,
I mean-
my pretties, fly!
I mean, this is the thing that's happening.
One
But
of
it
my favorite things that actually happened was there was this man who fed crows regularly. And then one day one of the crows came with like some money. And so the next day he gave them better bread. And the crows recognized this fact that they bring him the paper, they get the good bread. And
So-
they started bringing him money on the regular.
So just as a heads up, if you start to feed animals like crows or ravens or what have you, they will start bringing you things. Put out a dish for them to put that stuff in and they will. please do not take any coins from them because it does encourage them to steal and they will actually attack people for those coins and bills. Leave those things in the dish. They will take them away on their own. That is legitimate fact. So yes, I'm aware of this being a thing and I see what you're doing and I'm like, God damn it, they're actually going to fucking do it. Understood. But Fred has circled the location it seems to be, or seems on his map.
It's all
Yes.
downhill from here.
A location on the outskirts, yeah?
Yep.
Alright. I suppose we'll head there first, if we have no other plans. Given that one... He just sort of flicks one eye to look over at Volt. Tooth will probably not give us lodging.
Fret scribbles out hastily. Oh, right. Also, we don't want to be out at night. Like, not at all.
I would wager that this has to do with what we were told about be wary of serial killers?
Fret kind of halfway shrugs and tilts his hand in one direction and the other. Very non-committal looking of a response.
Is it like guard people? The
Fret
guards
shrugs.
just go around looking for people to kill? Wouldn't surprise me.
Fret scribbles out. No, the serial killers operate at dusk.
Ah, lovely. Principled. He says, dripping with sarcasm. Very well. We'll head for this location first. Who knows? Maybe y'all can convince me to evict some unwelcome tenants from a building or something.
Fret nods.
You guys go ahead and... Hi, cat. Thank you. That is my new tattoo. Please never do that again.
Ow.
Slap you next time. Ow. Not that he did it intentionally, but ow.
Oh.
He doesn't always
Was
not
it
use
the
his
love
claw.
bite or the claw?
It was the, I'm going to
Aw.
put my paw on you, but I'm going to use a little bit of claw because I want your attention right now. And ow.
Yeah.
The claw!
All right. You guys go ahead and make your way through these crowds, and as you guys get to the outskirts, you notice that the amount of people drops down, but the amount of alcohol being sold is going up. Very significantly, in fact. Or at least you would assume it's alcohol. It's some sort of alcohol-adjacent beverage. It is something that they are drinking, and you can tell that there's a couple of these people that are probably intoxicated or whatever they call it here because they're stumbling a little bit. You can see that they've let their guards down. There's a couple that are just completely knocked out on the ground.
Or do they have anything on them?
Not anymore. You're surprised that they have anything covering their loins.
That's actually another option Dr. Volt could work with, I think.
Fret will just scribble out and show it to the rest of the group. We should find a spot to hide.
I mean, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking about creating an enhanced water device.
I have create water.
We'll be fine.
You guys could technically sell alcohol here. Yes.
I can go steal that guy's table.
Hey, If one of you creates water, I can at least convert 3 pints of it a day into alcohol.
Though, do you really want to be casting in front of all these people?
No.
Not really. Well, maybe. It depends. We know that big ol' wizards run the society.
Yeah, but do we want their attention?
No, we don't. That said, Last is going to start looking around for places that we could probably hide if we can't get to that indicated location before it starts getting dark.
Yep, you can roll either a survival or perception checks to find a location that you think will work as somewhat shelter.
How does a 32 sound for perception?
I'm surprised you didn't do a survival, is my response.
It's lower.
Oh.
Well, that's an 11 on survival. I really need to be using my remember ability more.
Use it now?
It takes 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. To invoke the because it lasts for like an hour per level, but it gives me level's worth of ranks and a skill.
I see.
Yes.
You guys go ahead and you begin to search around, and it's not an easy task to find a good place to necessarily hide. The architecture here, it isn't great. You don't think it's intentionally hostile. You think it's just hostile because it's just not exactly always the best built. Thankfully enough, one of you has to roll above a bloody 30, and I get to go, well, you guys do find a back alley where after a little bit of looking around, you find that there's a hole that will lead into what you think is an abandoned, or at least a partially abandoned building. If you keep the entrance covered well enough, people might not even know you're here.
Spectacular.
Granted, the building's also partially collapsed, so It's a city. City happens. Shitty happens.
So, Vret is going to scribble out the suggestion of so now we wait until dusk.
Will we be playing heroic vigilantes, taking out the various serial killers and stealing all of their stuff?
Vret does finger guns at Dr. Volt.
Paint is
Last
looking
isn't-
concerned at that suggestion.
Last isn't sure if he should be proud or concerned. Right. Then for now, I suppose I will help shore up the defenses of this place. And he's going to spend 10 minutes and then get ranks in survival so he can help shore up this building.
Yeah, feel free to roll survival to shore up the building and put up defenses. If that is what y'all want, everybody's free to roll.
Let's see.
Or build camp, because it sounds like this is where you guys are camping.
That's pretty much a 23 to build camp.
Nice. Anybody else wishing to assist?
I can guidance.
Okay.
I don't really. I mean, would
so-
rolling a survival, would like doing an 8 another survival roll help?
Yeah, I can. Yes. Depending on what you get, I do incrementals, remember?
27.
So +4, got it. So +5 to whatever Key said.
So that'll be a 28.
Can paint help?
Yes, he may.
I suppose Dr. Volt will attempt to help as well.
Yeah, this is a
Never
group
mind,
thing.
no, he won't.
Oh,
19.
Got it.
this is survival, you said?
Yes.
Fret's survival is garbage. So, Fret has another thing that he's going to be preparing. For when fun times happen.
Oh boy, go ahead and send it to me in message if you don't want to say it out loud.
Okay. Well, Fret is going to slip away from the rest of the group. And,
Oh dear.
is going to activate a new
Welcome
ability
to
of
the
his.
hamlet.
Oh no?
Let me...
Fox Thief Brand, thank you very much for that follow.
There was half a
Okay,
moment
so
there.
Fret's gonna activate this era. In order to change his disguise slightly. To just be just a commoner that looks kind of destitute. And is gonna go hang out in the alley near where the exit of this place is
Okay.
for
let
when
me,
dusk arrives.
Yep, let me read this here.
Are you being bait?
Exactly.
Okay, perhaps Fret should communicate this.
Fret will through bonded mind communicate to Shoal because you're within 140 feet.
Once
Oh,
Shoal
Uh,
is
you're
once Shoal is
gonna
done setting up camp, then he's gonna do a thing.
What is that thing?
That thing is he's going to hide because we're gonna have the entrance like slightly covered or whatever, so people can't see it, right?
I believe that was your intent, yes, because you guys specifically said hide.
What are we covering it with?
Probably trash bins.
Trash bins, junk, boards, perhaps panels if there's panels of building that we can just take.
Cool. I will be stealth checking behind them.
Roll your stealth.
and
Bet.
yeah, Fret will be out in the alleyway, like just sitting up against a wall with his sitar out.
Gotcha.
I am stealth.
Yeah, make sure to write down that number for next time because we're going to need that number for next time. Oh boy. Anything
the
else?
The number, by the way, is 38.
Yeah, it's stupid high. I'm aware.
Hold on.
Anybody else want to take extra precautions? Well, apparently one of your party members has decided to throw themselves out as bait.
I can guidance myself. 39.
I forget the exact name of it, but you know those little holes in castle walls that archers
Portcullises?
No, it is not a portcullis.
Murder holes.
The murder hole. Yeah, Last is gonna create a number of murder holes.
Oh, I used the wrong word. What the fuck's wrong?
Oh, like
with
the
me?
little arrow slit things?
Yes.
It's not a portcullis. It's a arrow slit.
Yeah, a number
That's
of
what I called it.
I was about to say, I think they are literally just arrow slits.
Yeah.
He's just
I don't know
gonna
why I said portcullis.
he's just gonna create a number of arrow slits if there aren't already good places for him to aim out of.
I need you to do me a favor and roll. You don't have any sort of architectural skills or stone crafting or anything, correct?
Oh Lord.
No, he doesn't.
I need you to roll me a percentile so I can determine what material this building is made out of. Because I wasn't expecting this.
$72.
It is actually stone.
Ah.
So you'd be better off maybe just popping out on the roof, because the roof is just sheet metal. You could probably press it up if you tried.
Oh, yes, of course. He's going to. In that case, he's just going to rig up a hatch that he can just easily open.
Do you have any form of applicable craft that will work here? Disable device will also be applicable, or are you rolling a survival?
If only
Choose
there were
one.
someone here who were really, really good at doing things like crafting and disabling devices.
He said I am doing, so I have to go on what he says.
True.
Unless last asked for help.
Last is trying to be useful. So if he fails, he will probably need to ask for help. Oh boy, that is not a good survival. That is plus that's a 16.
I mean, it will do. It's not the greatest, but it will work.
Why do I feel like Last is going to look at his handiwork and be like, okay, this is fine. I can work with this. And then he's going to move away, and Dr. Volt's going to see it and be offended.
I mean, Dr. Volt roll a perception or yeah.
Dr. Volt has rolled a hell of a perception. 29.
I mean, it'll work. It's up to you whether or not you care more than it'll work, but it'll work. It is definitely one of those rough edge, I did what I can in a survival situation style hatches, but it'll work. It is up to Dr. Volt if he cares or not.
Dr. Volt's working on something anyway.
Paint, do you want to do anything? Seems
Well,
people are getting ready for a fight.
These are ruins, right?
Well, it's a partially collapsed lake building of some form. You're not entirely sure what it was, but it was definitely a stone house and definitely had a sheet metal roof at one point.
Okay. Has nature done what it typically does and overtaken it at all? I.e., is there a tree?
Not yet. You're not in the part of the city that's going to have a tree for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, when you guys get to town center or ever move towards the center of the city where people are more likely to have money, you might see some trees out there, or if you guys leave the city entirely. This isn't necessarily a good place, unfortunately, so nature isn't exactly high on their list. Though please do sound me what the heck you're going to do in private, because now I'm just curious.
So, important question is, what element is Rex currently?
Well, Paint and Rex. That is a great question.
But Rex is the tell. That's why we ask about Rex.
Yeah.
Fire.
Ooh. Oh.
We're gonna do a little arson.
Fun times.
Well, all right then. Okay.
I have sent Paint's plan.
Oh dear.
Also, Dr. Volt is going to be slightly retooling the idea he had earlier.
Okay.
Instead of the idea being to have the crows steal shit for us, since we're not going to be having lodgings for tonight anyways. Lookouts.
Send me the link to the spell, and then we'll start crossing bridges when we start crossing bridges, because unless anybody has any other prep for this particular thing, I think I'm going to call it here as a good place to stop before a lot of stuff happens.
Fret is going to cast a cantrip over and over and over as needed. It's 10-minute duration of oath of anonymity. Which gives him a +10 to his disguise to be a nameless hobo.
Oh boy. We'll cover all this next week.
So here,
Or not next week, 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
Just make notes of your guys' disguises on your character sheets, please. That way when those actually come up and you're in an error or in a different situation, I can call upon them and roll against them. Asher adorable. So is Zim. And make sure to also notate any other roles that you guys currently have
37.
active. As far as I'm aware, I've got your survival listed. The small place that you have for crashing out tonight is actually somewhat stable and okay, all things considered, so we're not going to worry about it. I will roll the environmental hazards
Woo.
later. Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop, elsewise.
I had a perfect spell that would have been great for being a lookout spell for our exact current situation if it weren't for the fact that it were rounds per level.
Yeah, rounds per...
Aw.
It was detect madness because serial killers are
Level tends to
very,
be the
very
bane of-
rarely seen. Or sane.
I don't know how it affect this particular city, considering the way that they are. But let's see. Who do I want to raid?
Okay, I'm gonna go and do
Oh.
outro stuff.
I have one more question though.
Yeah.
Fret is going to at one point pull out his katana and check it and see if it's changed any.
Not yet.
Okay.
Don't worry about that quite yet. Really
Okay.
quickly, who did I cause the most stress tonight? Viv, flip the table. Sweet. All right, let me get a raid up. I'm going to go ahead and do a closeout, and then you can close yourself out, Sim, as you need to.
And Zim, again, thank you for those extra biddies. Vari, thank you for that dono earlier.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, yada, yada, blah. Drink plenty of water. Take better care of yourselves. Get plenty of rest. And y'all have a wonderful night. Make sure to watch Tyago and Zim as well. And by the way, Rdyjin is open for commissions. You can find that information out over on Raw Zim's channel. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful night and goodbye. Bye.
For my side of things, thank you everybody for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links to our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to help out the channel and keep these streams happening, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, picking up packs of cards to stream loots, tipping to the channel directly, or sending a treat through TreatStream. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.